Mic check 1, 2.
Sounds good. Just do it a few times. Someone testing. Ash, can you just test that mic? Press play.
Mic check 1, 2. Mic check.
All right, good morning, everyone, and welcome to Mac Live 2023. I am Jack, your MC for the session. Before we start, please, can you all mute your cell phones? And please refrain from leaving the venue while someone's speaking. If you absolutely have to, please wait until the end of the session to come back in. Firstly, we have Ash Pashcliffe, our influencer, the better twin to her sister Mel. And a lot of people here. And the best budgeter I know. So please can we all welcome Ash up to the stage.
Okay, so for weeks I debated if I should be speaking about the topic that I landed on today. I had no idea if I should rather go with something a little bit more lighthearted, like family or the importance of happiness. But when Voyo, the CMO of Spur, came to speak to us, something that she said really stuck with me and made me realize that this was exactly what I needed to talk about. She said that in life, when you're making those big decisions and all the self-doubt pours in and your inner critic sets in, that's when you know you're actually about to do something amazing. So that has led me to talk about how many eggs are in your basket. Now, this is just a little trigger warning for anyone who can't hear about like needles and blood. It's nothing hectic, but I just wanted to let you guys know. So, a little bit of backstory. My journey started in January 2022 when I was diagnosed. With endometriosis after dealing with years of horrible period pain. Sorry, I just need a second. Okay. So for those of you who don't know what endometriosis is, it's when the lining, similar to the tissue inside the uterus, grows outside the uterus. This can affect the fallopian tube as well as the ovaries. Now, this disease affects 1 in 10 women around the world, which is a pretty scary statistic. The normalization of pain and myths surrounding endometriosis makes it quite difficult. Sorry, can I have a tissue? This is quite difficult. Thank you. Thank you. Ooh, this wasn't supposed to happen. So the normalization of pain and myths surrounding endometriosis makes it more difficult for diagnosis and can only be confirmed surgically by visualization or biopsy. No simple blood test, scan, or marker can easily diagnose endometriosis. So this led to the conversation of possible ovarian cysts, PCOS, infertility, as well as medication. I really didn't know what I was getting myself into here, so I did a little Google search. And that is never a good place to start because you just end up going down a rabbit hole of WebMD telling you actually died yesterday. So after getting off WebMD, all the articles that I searched linked infertility with endometriosis, which therefore leads to IVF and egg freezing. And I was quite shocked at how much I had to rely on the internet as well as South African fertility clinics to answer the questions that I had at hand, because in schools, these topics aren't dwelled on. In the matric syllabus in biology, there is 1 week designated to learning about the menstrual cycle, which can't be seen as an effective amount of time to learn about something so important. In tertiary education, this topic wouldn't come up unless you go into healthcare, which leads us to little to no opportunity to learn about something so important, which has led me to believe that South Africans, importantly females, like myself, aren't well educated on the topic due to the lack of importance. But for now, let me continue my story. I was put onto medication to help manage the endometriosis up until January 2023, when my parents and I had made an appointment at Vita Lab, a fertility clinic in KZN, to figure out to what extent endometriosis had affected my future. We met with this man on the screen, Dr. Kobus Kasia, a fertility specialist in Vita Lab, who, funny enough, was the same guy who gave birth to us, well, helped birth us. After a few scans and blood tests, it was confirmed that my anti-Müllerian hormone was low. Now, your anti-Müllerian hormone is linked directly to the amount of eggs you have. So when your anti-Müllerian hormone is low, your egg count is low. Now, at this point, my parents already thought of me as an expensive child. You can imagine they were about to get their fright of their lives when they figured out I would have to start the process of egg freezing to help preserve eggs for my future, so that I would be able to freeze them and not have to worry about when my AMH levels got so low that my body actually wouldn't be able to produce eggs anymore. So at the young age of 22, I decided to start freezing my eggs for my future. And shit, it was a scary feeling. You begin to think of the big question, well, do I even want kids? Things you'd only have to worry about or plan in 10 years' time all of a sudden come flooding in. This is just a quick lesson for all of you who fell asleep in biology. As females, you're born with all the eggs you're ever going to have. You don't make any new eggs, and the highest number of eggs you have was still while you were in your mother's stomach. This number declines from about 7 million to 2 million by the time puberty starts with periods. During your menstruation cycle, 1 egg develops and becomes mature, allowing it to be released from the ovary in preparation for fertilization. However, in order to get that 1 good egg, hundreds of other eggs have to start the process, and they all die away and only 1 wins the race. So when your egg supply runs out, your ovaries cease to make estrogen and you go through menopause. So after a few discussions, my egg retrieval was booked for March of this year. And I decided to document the entire process to show my future children all the shit I went through to get them. So you'll see a lot of pictures from there. So for me, everything about this was completely unknown. I'd only managed to figure out what I researched on the internet, as well as Googled with a few fertility. But I did have an incredible team of doctors and nurses to help me step by step to educate me on the process, which is what I hope to do now. The process starts with an ultrasound, so the doctor can examine how many eggs you have and if he's happy to start the process that month. If they're happy, you get the go-ahead to start with daily medication as well as injections. Every morning, I use injections as well as evening and morning medication. During this time, ultrasounds were also scheduled so that the doctor can monitor your egg growth. Then, 48 hours before the operation in KZN, I had a trigger injection which released the eggs in preparation for the retrieval. The operation itself consists of a suction device connected to a long, thin needle, extracting the mature eggs out, and it only ends up taking about 20 minutes. After the extraction, only the good or mature eggs are preserved through a process called vitrification. Now, prior to the process of vitrification, a method called psychopreservation was used. This is when the egg cells are cooled very, very slowly at a decrease of 3 degrees Celsius per minute until it reaches minus 196 degrees Celsius. Now, the problem with slow freezing is that the possibility of ice crystals forming in the eggs and therefore damaging the eggs is very, very high. So, with the latest method known as egg vitrification or flash freezing, cools the eggs so quickly to minus 196 degrees that they become glass-like or vitrified, which significantly reduces the chance of ice crystals forming inside the cell. Then the eggs are kept at the lab for possible IVF or long-term storage. Now, for me, the operation was a huge success, and I had a great support team to help me through the entire process. Just when you thought the story was ending, it's time for round 2. The second operation took place in July of this year, and I went through the exact same procedure. This time, it wasn't nearly as daunting because I had done it before, and I was ready to accept my doctorate at this point. And so I know this may be a sensitive topic for most, as you can see. I personally believe that it is really sensitive, but it needs to be used for education. It is so important for us women to educate ourselves on things that can directly affect us and our future. You may be sitting here thinking, well, fertility isn't an issue for me. I'm too young to even think about this. Well, that's where I was 2 years ago, and now look where I am. So to conclude a short story long, I currently have 12 lovely eggs in my basket. So ladies, what you have to ask yourself is, how many eggs are in your basket? Thank you.
Wow, thanks for that, Ash. That was truly special. Thanks for taking us on that journey. Next up, we have Jess Hall, professional braider of hair under stress, dog lover, and all-round sweetheart. Please welcome Jess up.
As seasoned internet users, we often find ourselves immersed in the captivating world of social media, where every swipe brings forth a wealth of stories and fresh insights. We scroll and scroll and scroll, and to look up around us. It is estimated that over 350 million people are addicted to social media worldwide. And on the top of the list is TikTok, with an average global screen time of 23.5 hours per month. To put that into perspective, that's basically watching the Springboks play against New Zealand in the Rugby World Cup final 18 times. That's a lot of rugby. TikTok has emerged as a cultural force, captivating billions worldwide. With its addictively smooth interface and an algorithm that seems to know exactly what you like to watch, it has become a cultural powerhouse, reshaping how we express ourselves in the digital age. For those unfamiliar, TikTok is a social media platform for creating, sharing, and discovering short videos. The app is used as an outlet to express oneself and allows users to create and share videos across a community. People have turned to TikTok to be entertained, to find and share their joy, to learn new things, and to release their creativity in so many different ways. So, before I go any further, I have a confession to make. I, Jess Hall, am a TikTok addict. I scroll and scroll and scroll and scroll. But with this, I'm also an extroverted introvert, perfectionist but procrastinator. I love spaghetti bolognese, and I like to question absolutely everything. So as a naturally inquisitive individual I am, I like to dissect the intricacies of why and how things, platforms, and systems change and gain so much traction. It was in a moment of revelation when I looked at my screen time and was absolutely horrified to have seen the hours I had spent on TikTok without even realizing it. It was then that I knew I needed to dig deeper, and here I am, sharing my insights with all of you. TikTok has the ability to push its users like me down a rabbit hole. Having surveyed people in this class and an extended group of people from all over South Africa, around 80% were using the platform for over 2 hours a day, even 10% spending over 4 hours a day. My mind was blown, but I also felt a huge sense of relief when I realized I wasn't alone in my TikTok addiction. These individuals also stated that the top 2 feelings they were left with after using the app were a sense of happiness and unproductiveness. I can relate, and I'm sure a few of you in this room can too. I then came across a very interesting study conducted by Dr. Julia Albright, a digital sociologist from the University of Southern California. Here, she highlighted the fact that every time a user watches a TikTok video, dopamine is released in their brains that mimics the effects of drugs, and not much can compete with this type of stimulation. We know that most social media platforms release dopamine, but TikTok specifically has adopted the same principles that have made gambling addictive. In psychological terms, this is known as random reinforcement. Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose, just like a slot machine. One thing we know is slot machines are addictive. We know there's a gambling addiction, but we don't often talk about how our devices and platforms and apps like TikTok have these addictive qualities baked into them. You'll be in this pleasurable hypnotic state, scrolling and scrolling, carried away. You'll be in an interview I conducted, an individual specifically stated, you open this app, start scrolling. Before you know it, 3 hours of your life is gone, and you've achieved basically nothing. So what is TikTok actually doing differently? Let's look back at where the app has come from. I promise, no boring history lesson here. A lot of us think TikTok just suddenly appeared out of nowhere, but it's actually been building and developing over time. Originally known as Douyin in 2016, this brainchild of the Chinese tech company ByteDance perfected its algorithm using AI, big data, and machine learning for constant improvement. After proving itself in China, the app expanded internationally as TikTok in 2017. Its popularity soared following the global acquisition of Musical.ly in 2018, a US platform for short lip sync videos, a strategic move to leverage both their user base and existing technology. And now, in 2023, TikTok has surpassed 1.5 billion users and is the fastest growing social media app of all time. ByteDance's savvy algorithm development, marketing, and expansion tactics have played a pivotal role in the platform's growth and development. But then the COVID-19 pandemic poured gasoline on the fire. With people stuck at home, TikTok became a daily refuge. People around the world suddenly needed a way to both connect with people and entertain themselves, and as a result, latched onto TikTok for this connection. And now, TikTok is completely disrupting the digital landscape, and its growth rate over the last 3 years took Facebook 4 years and Instagram 6 years. So what is driving this growth? And why are users becoming more and more addicted to the app? It all comes down to TikTok's algorithm and the shift from a social graph to an interest graph. TikTok's algorithm is a master of human psychology. It's like an infinite candy store for the brain. It floods the mind with every video. This mechanism pays meticulous attention to people's preferences and creates a highly personalized feed for every user. Whether you're a teenager or a boomer, TikTok learns from your scrolling behavior and feeds you content that aligns with your interests. In a study I conducted, 95% of individuals stated that they had lost track of time while scrolling on TikTok. One minute it's 4 p.m. and you're swiping and scrolling. The next minute it's 5 p.m. and you haven't moved off your couch. Guilty, because TikTok's content is tailored specifically to you. You literally get sucked in. It's not about who you follow anymore. It's about what captures your interest. Most social media platforms like Facebook and Instagram use what is called a social graph. This serves content based on who you follow and your social connections. That's the content you see. However, TikTok's algorithm focuses on an interest graph. As explained, this model prioritizes connecting people over shared interests rather than connections. This shift may seem subtle, but it has significant implications. TikTok's success with the interest graph has prompted a paradigm shift in the digital space. Other platforms are scrambling to imitate this model, with YouTube Shorts and Instagram Reels being a prime example. This shift is indicative of a broader trend in the future of social media. Ultimately, social media platforms were built to foster connection, not to discover and explore our interests. And TikTok has come along and completely revolutionized the scrolling behavior and experience, from irrelevant feeds to personalized, interest-driven entertainment. So now that we know this, how do we, as future brand custodians, show up on TikTok? And how do brands as a whole show up on TikTok? Brands previously relied on the social graph, focusing on their target audience's connection and network. Now, they need to behave differently in order to leverage the interest graph and build meaningful relationships with their target audience. TikTok has illustrated that an engaging user experience is fueled by personalized and relevant content, is key to capturing and maintaining user attention. Gone are the days when generic one-size-fits-all content was sufficient. Brands show up well when they give their audience something of value. Be funny like Doritos. Be authentic like Nivea. Be real like Pringles. We as individuals love nothing more than scrolling on a platform that has no ads. Brands need to show up in a way that can talk back to this, and to be put simply, create ads that do not feel like ads. So, there you have it, my fellow swipers, the TikTok Odyssey, a journey of endless scrolling, algorithmic wizardry, and the occasional existential crisis when your For You page knows you better than your best friend. May your screen time be low, and may you resist the urge to swipe through life like a never-ending TikTok feed. Thank you.
Thanks, Jess. That was amazing to see how TikTok just grabs hold of us and doesn't let go. Next up, we have my best friend of 23 years, an absolute socialite, and like her mother, the laugh of every party. Please welcome up Philippa Meek.
Thank you so much, Jackaloo. That's going to be a hard one to live up to, but we got this. When the word grit is uttered, it should strike a chord within every South African, our beloved Springboks. In a country that often grapples with a shortage of hope, the Bokke have become a remarkable testament to what can be accomplished through unwavering determination and resilience. The extraordinary victory serves as a powerful reminder that when we set our minds to something, we can conquer any adversity that life throws our way. Throughout my life, I've wholeheartedly embraced the mantra, where there is a will, there is a way, as my guiding principle. I firmly believe that the human spirit is inherently wired to overcome any obstacle that life may present, provided we summon the inner strength to confront challenges with determination. Time and time again, I've seen the remarkable heights that one can reach when resilience and perseverance is combined. This belief has fueled my unwavering pursuit to conquer all of life's hurdles, pushing the boundaries of what is possible. From an early age, my outlook on life was profoundly influenced by the challenges I encountered. After having changed schools 3 times in 2.5 years, I arrived at my 3rd school, where I was diagnosed with ADHD, coupled by the doubts about my ability to keep up with the class. Nevertheless, this was the school where I wanted to stay, and I was not prepared to move schools once again. I saw in this school the potential for a competitive sports program and a comprehensive, well-rounded education that would positively shape my future. I made the courageous choice to stay that day, a decision that continues to define my unwavering commitment to the philosophy of grit. Today, I have, however, chosen not to dwell on the importance of being tough and never giving up, because I believe that is something that we learn through our own unique experiences. Nobody can tell us just how to do it. And instead, I've decided to focus on a brand that embodies the same determination and perseverance that I'm alluding to, as we have come to treat brands as an extension of ourselves in the 21st century. We have spent a huge part of this year discussing the brands play in our lives. Therefore, I want to highlight a brand that has become part of a much-needed solution as a result of grit. Because this is such an interesting space, and I think we can get such unexpected learnings from here. This is a brand that we all know very well, especially here in South Africa. This brand is Checkers. Just as a disclaimer, I do not work for Checkers, but I thought that this brand was the perfect example. So rewinding back 10 years ago to 2013, Checkers was seen as a low-quality store, which was facing challenges similar to many prominent brands in South Africa. However, what set Checkers apart was its unwavering determination to turn their vision into reality, refusing to succumb to failure. As we have come to realize, where there is a will, there is indeed a way. Checkers embarked on a remarkable journey of strategically repositioning themselves and rebranding themselves, ultimately producing that we all know today. This transformation witnessed Checkers setting its image as a low-quality store and emerging as a high-quality establishment renowned for their cheese and wine. They made a choice to excel in these categories, recognizing the potential to alleviate their brand and create a preferred destination for those who preferred the finer things in life. Checkers' transformational journey, however, wasn't always smooth sailing. But what set Checkers apart was that they always believed in themselves. Even as consumer support started to dwindle and stock prices declined, they remained steadfast in their pursuit of their vision, never considering their brand is no longer viable or in need of liquidation. This determination distinguished them, especially when compared to Eggers, another prominent brand in South Africa that faced failure. Through innovation and complete and utter determination, Checkers began to capture the hearts of customers all around South Africa. Their newfound commitment to quality began to shine through in every element of their stores, from product presentation to their knowledgeable staff who could guide you through their impressive selection. They were no longer just selling groceries. They had created an experience that was unique to the brand of Checkers. Since Checkers' rebrand and repositioning, they have made their mark through notable collaborations and sponsorships, namely their Forage and Feast range, which is a premium private range collaboration with Michelin star chef Jan Hendrik van der Westhuizen, and their Odd Bins and their Simple Truth range. However, Checkers didn't stop there, and they launched Checkers 6060 amid the challenges of the COVID-19 pandemic. Checkers saw this as an opportunity to become a beacon of hope. They didn't merely adapt, they seized an opportunity. This innovative solution not only addressed changing shopping habits, but also tackled the issue of high unemployment in South Africa by creating job opportunities. This transformative service quickly became South Africa's top online grocery service, boosting over 3.1 million app downloads and expanding to over 400 locations. Checkers 6060's impact was monumental, resulting in an 87% increase in sales and in the unique promise of delivering groceries within just 60 minutes for a small price of 35 Rand. What's truly remarkable is also how Checkers went on to revolutionize the game even more by offering store prices, including extra saving deals and personal rewards. And in the cases where they didn't meet their promise, they went the extra mile by refunding the 35 Rand delivery fee. This is just how confident Checkers 6060 became in the ability of their delivery drivers to deliver within 60 minutes, that they even went as far as offering a service guarantee. This amazing capitalization and introduction of Checkers 6060 isn't just about groceries. It's about seizing opportunities, innovation during adversity, and improving lives while genuinely caring about their community. It is just testament to how transformative the power of grit truly is, offering hope and inspiration to those facing challenges and celebrating those who make a tangible difference in our lives, turning everyday heroes into real-life role models. The introduction of Checkers 6060 has transformed the brand of Checkers into a brand that we now recognize everywhere we look, especially even in places like Paris. There were even rumors that the Springboks kit that they played in for the Rugby World Cup had been changed to turquoise in honors of Checkers 6060. This story is just testament to the sheer determination and grit that has driven them to exceed expectations and push the boundaries of what is possible. However, this pursuit of excellence, of having transformed Checkers into a brand that we recognize everywhere today, has not been without its challenges, just like the Springboks victory. In the past year alone, I've witnessed 16 accidents involving Checkers 6060 delivery drivers. These were not just minor accidents, but they were full-blown accidents where paramedics had to be called and the driver was left unconscious. I'm sure many of you must have at some point experienced something similar, which has left with you with your heart racing. So as Checkers 6060 moves forward, it just needs to be more crucial, and it's crucial for them to stay aware of the external challenges that might impact their brand's reputation by being proactive and driven by their tenacity. A brand's journey is always ongoing, and Checkers must constantly prioritize the impact of their brand on their consumers and employees, treating it as a continuous improvement effort. Living in a world of unprecedented challenges like weather and traffic problems, especially during load shedding, the safety of Checkers 60 delivery drivers is at stake. However, just as the Springboks showed us unwavering grit during, just as the Springboks showed us unwavering grit during this year's Rugby World Cup, despite facing challenges such as the lack of recognition by the World of Rugby Union, Checkers is ready to tackle these challenges head on because they have copious amounts of grit. So today, let's let Checkers stand as a testament to what the remarkable power of determination, vision, and commitment can achieve. The brand has become a symbol of grit, inspiring us all to strive for excellence in our own journeys, no matter the challenges that we might encounter. This brand teaches us that it's not about where you start that matters. It's truly only about where you're heading if you set your standards high. So when you see another Checkers 60 delivery driver tearing through the streets, I hope you will remember that every great success story starts with a small step, a big dream, and a whole lot of grit.
Wow, thanks for that, Pips. It was beautiful to grow up with you and see your grit, and now see how it is in the real world. So next up, we have our local chess grandmaster and seeker of knowledge, Max Freulicher.
Yo. Jack needs to stop flirting with me. So the word privilege will mean something very different to every person in this room. And I can understand that it can be quite a polarizing topic, but everyone experiences it to some sort of degree. In this talk today, I intend to dissect privilege, what it means to me, as well as my struggles with it, if you can call them that. To give you some background, I'd like to be perfectly transparent off the bat, as the last thing I would want to be seen as is some privileged boy complaining about first world problems. I am a straight white male, and I was born into an incredibly loving, wealthy family. My father is Swiss, and my mom was born here in South Africa. So what inspired me to do this topic is that I couldn't think of many things that I had that weren't actually given to me. Even most of my achievements were born from privilege. This is something that started to get to me at one point, as if I didn't earn it, then what value did it actually have? You see, the problem that I have with privilege is that it can sometimes have the opposite effect from what you might think. It can be debilitating. Now hear me out. It comes down to the core psychological belief of, I am going to be okay. Those few simple words can actually be crushing, and it took me a while to realize what it meant. You see, if you firmly believe that you are going to be okay, even if you fail miserably, then it can actually make it harder to succeed. The first example I thought of was in school. This is an easy one. I found it quite difficult to study for an exam if I knew that I'd probably pass if I just winged it. In fact, I studied way harder for papers that I knew I would for sure fail if I didn't. But for subjects like geography or history, I knew I would be okay. I always knew that I was going to be okay. And that can be an incredibly dangerous place to be. There is a quote by G. Michael Hopf that states, hard times create strong men create good times create weak men, and weak men create hard times. This describes a cyclical vision of history, and one that I can see my place in. Privilege is the reason that many of us who have less have much more drive, simply because failure isn't really an option. And this is the crux of it all. It's that fear of failure is what drives us to succeed. In university, there was a saying amongst all the people I knew, all of whom were privileged. They used to say first year is the best 2 years of your life, implying that most people failed because of too much partying or stuffing around. The funny thing about this is that all of the students who had sponsorships or bursaries, they wouldn't be caught dead saying that. For them, failure wasn't an option at all. And so the vast majority of them finished their degrees in the allotted time, a year or two before many of the people that I knew. Another example of this is visible in the history of Vietnam. Time for a little history. The people of this country went through terrible hardships. By 1978, the two halves of Vietnam were finally unified after the country had been through a terrible war, genocide, and a crippling trade embargo from the US. All of these factors brought the Vietnam economy down to its knees, as the GDP per capita was around $100. Inflation even reached a peak of 450% in 1986. So where could you possibly go from here? Well, the only direction is up. Despite all of these crippling factors, the Vietnamese people showed incredibly high levels of happiness. There was very little anxiety or depression, even in a time where the country was jarringly poor. From that point to today, Vietnam showed record-breaking levels of economic growth. And by 2022, the GDP per capita was now at almost $4,000. Massive amounts of growth, all in one generation. I hope you're starting to see a trend here. It can be seen throughout history that people tend to make their own problems when there aren't any great issues plaguing them. This can be encapsulated by the phrase, more money, more problems, coined by the notorious B.I.G. At first, most would probably interpret this as meaning that the more wealth one accumulates, the more issues arise in their life, such as more taxes or people that want to borrow money. But I see it differently. I believe that what Mr. B.I.G. was trying to say is that those who have extreme wealth do not have enough problems to keep them occupied, and so that they invent their own. A good example of this is load shedding. The poorer people in this country tend to work longer hours with lower incomes and few solutions to the power issues. When the power is out, they can't just order Uber Eats or turn on the generator. Yet they are the last ones to complain. Most of the noise is made from the top 10% of the country. Now, I understand that the privilege I've been speaking about has been primarily around the financial side of things, but I thought I couldn't get through this entire talk without recognizing some of the ways that people can be privileged, including myself. I won't pretend to fully understand these privileges, especially without ever having experienced the lack of them, but they are definitely worth mentioning. So white privilege is obviously a big one. I've never in my life been discriminated against due to the color of my skin, and yet I know countless people who have. This type of prejudice is something that I hear far too often in many different circles, and it astounds me that many people in this country still deem it to be okay. Gender is another one, which in this country is extremely prevalent. After a night out, I can hop into an Uber by myself, even intoxicated, without the slightest second thought, when many of you in this room would find this idea to be insane. I can walk alone in the dark, and my only fear is that my phone might get stolen. This is privilege at its finest, and it's just the way things are. Although I'll never experience what it's like to not have these privileges, I thought this talk would be incomplete without acknowledging them. The last thing I want to talk about is actually my older brother, Miles. He was born with a cleft lip palate, which is a birth defect in which the roof or lip is not formed properly during pregnancy and is thus split open. It's a horrible thing to be born with. Ooh, something about this stage, eh? It's a horrible thing to be born with because it was very difficult for him to feed as a baby. The surgery to fix this costs around 10,000 Rand these days, but that's just the initial reconstruction. My parents wanted the best for him, naturally, to look normal and to live a normal life. And so before the age of 17, Miles went through 12 surgeries for his lip. These in total probably cost closer to R500,000. And as you can see now, it's totally normal. In fact, if you didn't know, you probably wouldn't be able to tell that he had a birth defect at all. He's just a regular, good-looking dude. He's actually working in Switzerland now, and he's probably watching this, so shout out to him. Sorry for exposing all the ways that you're privileged. And I'll see you at Christmas. Obviously, all of this is attributed to privilege, but I'm still going to get there. So the other day, I was at Cock and Bull in Constantia buying gum. The man behind the counter couldn't have been much older than me, and I immediately noticed that he was also born with a cleft lip palate. The difference being is that I could tell that he was only able to get the initial reconstruction. In fact, every person that I have met that with this condition could only get the initial reconstruction surgery. With him, it was very evident when you spoke to him, and it was also audible, as I could tell that he had somewhat of a tough time speaking. Towards the end of our transaction, I almost wanted to say something to him, but my reason got the better of me. After all, what on earth would I say? I understand your struggle. I've been there, because there isn't a chance in hell that I did or have. I realized that the only difference between my brother's appearance and his were the hands that they were dealt. This man will live the rest of his life with an obvious defect, and my brother gets off looking as handsome as he does. So what can we do about all of this? Well, the honest truth is that privilege is a very real thing, and knowing how to navigate it is incredibly important. Unfortunately, I don't have all the answers, or nearly enough time. What I do know is that we are beneficiaries of it, or at the other end of the stick. This is what's most important is that we acknowledge it. It's the first step, and it can be an incredibly humbling one, but it is vitally important to understanding the influence we can have and what we can do with it. Thank you.
Thanks for that, Max. You've definitely given us a lot to think about. Next up, we have someone who's quick with a joke to bring light to stressful situations, Dom Teichman.
Thank you, Max, for the sweaty microphone. I just wanted to say that before I start. Good morning, everyone. Before I start my speech today, I would like to ask everyone a question. You don't have to answer this now. This is something that we'll explore together and unravel today. So my question is, do you think of yourself as evil? The answer is probably not, because nobody does. But then how could it be that our world is filled with such violence and misery? We hear about it in the news, and we're exposed to images that flood social media and the internet. We've seen how bad things can really get. But if we're certain of anything, it's that we are nothing like those people who perpetrate evil. However, what makes us so certain? It becomes a difficult and uncomfortable question to ask ourselves. But how far apart are we really? Is it possible that we have something in common with these people who commit the worst crimes that humanity has seen? We are, after all humans. Welcome to the dark side, and even as I say that, I can sense I've piqued your interest and attention. What makes us tantalized by the devilish darker side of life? We like to think of ourselves as good people. We are taught from childhood to strive to be righteous, that honesty is the best policy, to respect our elders, to work hard, and to not get distracted by gossip. Values that would stick with us far into the future. But the truth is that far from being repelled by villainy, as we should be, we are attracted to it, or at the very least, deeply fascinated by it. When did evil start to look so enticing? Do we blame the Bible for giving us the tantalizing story of Eve's temptation by the snake? Every religion depicts its constant battle between good and evil and God and the devil. I'm sure there isn't a single person here who hasn't delved into their darker side of their nature. I'm not talking about theft or murder, just the things you should probably not feel, like delight when your competitor stumbles and forgets their speech. We all have a dark side, qualities that we often don't like to reveal to others. It is these traits we may be ashamed of or embarrassed by, the ones others may have rejected or that we believe deem us undeserving or unworthy of love. You may sometimes act judgmental, angry, selfish, or rebellious, and you may not like these dark traits about yourself, or you may have buried them so deep down you don't even realize they exist. I remember all the times I did the opposite of what I was warned against doing. From jumping off the roof into the swimming pool to watching age-restricted movies, the list goes on and on. My mum forbade me to read the 50 Shades of Grey books because it presented the darker side of sex, even though all 3 books were neatly stacked up in her bedside table. Sorry, Mom. I had to sneak a peek just to make sure she wasn't misinformed. The thrill of rebellion and the delightful sets the adrenaline racing. Our wonderful childhood fairy tales that captured our young imaginations certainly have their sinister elements. Cinderella would just be a vivacious blonde maid without her malicious stepsisters and evil stepmother. And Harry Potter would be a boring nerd if there were no Voldemort. Research indicates that individuals tend to emphasize more with characters who share similarities with them. Protagonists in movies often come across as flawless, making it challenging for viewers to connect with them, imperfections and darker sides. Consequently, villains come across as more relatable and more realistic than their virtuous counterparts. They are complex characters with their own story and background. Take the infamous Grinch, for instance, traditionally depicted as an evil and grumpy character aiming to destroy Christmas. He too possesses qualities that strike a chord. In his complexity, he mirrors traits found in real individuals. His intentions aren't simply black and white. Instead, they are shaded by the complexities of his character, shaped by underlying traumas that influence his decision-making. Humans enjoy a show, even if the show is portrayed under the most twisted conditions. Like natural disasters and car crashes on the highway, we are all drawn to observing chaos. And the Jeffrey Dahmer series portrays a form of psychopathic chaos so accurately that viewers find it difficult to look away. Take, for example, Bridgerton and the Jeffrey Dahmer series. They were both released in the same year and are vastly different shows catering to different audiences. Bridgerton offers viewers a romanticized and historical setting, while the Dahmer series brings viewers closer to the harsh and realistic world. So why is it that the Dahmer series rose to the #1 spot on Netflix in its first week of release with over 115 million views, and a year later is still ranked the 3rd most popular English TV show of all time, while Bridgerton only accumulated 90 million views and falls far behind the Dahmer series in terms of viewership? The reason for this is that viewers want to understand the motivations and actions behind infamous figures such as Jeffrey Dahmer. As much as we don't want to acknowledge it, we are fascinated and interested in the darker side of human nature. The appeal of showing disturbing events, such as crime and horror series, can be understood through various psychological factors. People are often intrigued by individuals who don't conform to the norm, because we all want to understand the unfamiliar. Virtue is admirable, but vice we find irresistible. We are obsessed with witches, vampires, zombies, and monsters, and nothing is more exciting than being scared to death. Sociologists say we can blame our obsession with the dark side on the emergence of the middle class. They reclassify goodness as meekness, chastity, and hard work. How boring. Can you see now why people conjured up werewolves and vampires. Goodness seemed negative and restrictive, just living a quiet life, towing the line. Sociologist Carl Jung believed that we need to explore and understand in order to grow as human beings. Healthy confrontation with our shadow selves can reveal new strengths. Evil is the flip side of human existence. So how is the darker side shown in today's society? Through a phenomenon called cancel culture. This is strongly linked to our fascination with the darker side of life. For those of you who are not aware of the meaning of the term cancel culture, it is defined as canceling an individual or group by boycotting and publicly shaming them for actions that are not socially acceptable today. In this digital age, social media platforms have become arenas where individuals can reveal their darker nature by publicly criticizing, humiliating, and tearing each other down while sitting behind the relative safety of a screen. People crave this power, and they find a certain fascination in witnessing the downfall of others. We have shifted from a culture of individuals accountable and correcting them for major wrongdoings to purposely rejecting and excluding the circle just because we can. It has become a trend to jump on the bandwagon and to criticize someone when a topic gains widespread attention, even though we don't fully understand the underlying issue. While we would all like to believe that we wouldn't change our behavior, values, or principles in response to a dominant narrative, we are quick to put the label cancelled on anything that bothers us in the slightest. So in a world that's constantly evolving and where we find ourselves inexplicably drawn to the shadows, it's safe to say that we're all a little bit darker than we'd like to admit. Our relationship with our darker side demonstrates our human complexity. It serves as a reminder that just like characters in our books, we too have a darker side. As they say, there's a battle of two wolves inside of us all. One is evil. It is anger, jealousy, resentment, lies, inferiority, and ego. The other is good. It is joy, peace, love, hope, humility, kindness, and truth. And the wolf that wins is the one you feed. It is important to acknowledge and understand your inner villain if you want to grow as a human being. Thank you.
Thanks, Tom. So interesting to see our morbid curiosity and the two sides inside of us. Next up, we have our content creator, our disco jockey, and our fashionista. Please welcome Lex Gourlay.
The mic is rather sweaty, but we shall move. I'm sure you all have a favorite influencer in mind, whether it's Kim K, Emma Chamberlain, or Cristiano Ronaldo. But when I speak about the death of the influencer, I don't necessarily want you to picture these three lying on their deathbed surrounded by flowers. It refers to the changing nature of the digital marketing world. Influencers are slowly getting replaced by everyday user-generated content creators. Now, I'm sure a lot of you are wondering, aren't influencers and content creators the same thing? Well, as Mac students, we should know the difference. But no, they are not. They are actually quite different. To put it simply, user-generated content creators, or what I'll be referring to them as UGC creators, create content. And influencers, you guessed it, influence. But that's still a little bit too confusing. UGC creators offer content production as a service, producing more authentic, everyday-looking content that is seen as more relatable to the viewer. Think of those mommy vloggers, girly vloggers, or outfit queens, such as yours truly. They ultimately create content for a brand that they don't necessarily have to post to their own page. On the other hand, influencers are typically the ones with thousands of followers on Instagram. They have the unique ability to influence the purchasing power of their followers. These influencers are typically paid thousands of dollars for a single product endorsement, one Instagram post, or just one brand collaboration. UGC creators are changing the traditional approach to creating branded content. With their unique style of content creation and self-promotion, they are creating a new niche within the industry. It's crazy to think that the term influencer only reached the English dictionary in 2019, but the term dates as far back as 105 before Christ's era, Although they weren't the influencers we see today, let's take a look at the history of influencer marketing. Dating as far back as the Roman Empire, Roman gladiators rose to fame, paving the way for the modern day influencer. And now I finally understand why men think about the Roman Empire so often. Images like this were placed around the city to create hype around an event. And these Roman gladiators held celebrity-like status and were believed to endorse products like olive oil and wines. You know, earlier when I said that influencers were typically paid thousands of dollars for a product endorsement, I'm not too sure how it worked back then, but they must have had a good deal going. The first widely known influencer collaboration took place in 1765, where Josiah Wedgwood, a British entrepreneur, made a tea set for Queen Charlotte. King George III and his wife were so pleased with the tea set, they appointed him Potter to Her Majesty, and his stuff became known as Queensware. Soon his sales skyrocketed, and to this day, you will still find Wedgwood china, and it's sold at a much higher price than its competitors. Fast forward to the 20th century, the influencer marketing that we see today started taking shape, with popular celebrities and personalities taking the spotlight, and Coco Chanel became the world's first widely known fashion influencer. The next trend looks at how fictional characters have become influencers, particularly looking at this Coca-Cola ad from 1932, where Coke paints a jolly picture of Santa driving sales even at the tipping point of the Great Depression. Whilst they weren't the first to change Santa's coloring from green to red, they certainly helped portray the picture of him we see today. In the 21st century, the social media influencers that we know today began to emerge. Although it's difficult to pinpoint who the first social media influencer was, in 2007, Justin Khan launched Justin TV, which later emerged into Twitch, and he started live streaming his life 24/7. He was one of the earliest and most influential people at the time, and brands noticed this. And he was the first person to make a living off influencer marketing. Around the same time, fashion bloggers emerged, and they started posting their outfits online. Brands started to recognize them and send them free products, or even offer payment in exchange for promotion on their blog posts. In 2008, MySpace, Facebook, and Twitter started to gain popularity, and brands more and more with influencers. Shortly after, Instagram and YouTube rose to fame. And because these are highly visual platforms, brands found it the perfect place for influencers to promote their products. The growth of technology and the digital era gave rise to influencers defining a generation. What were once ordinary people with an iPhone are now fashion icons walking the Dolce & Gabbana runway, becoming the face of elite brands and being featured on the cover of Vogue magazine. In 2017, industry experts declared 2017 as the year of the influencer. And in 2018, TikTok completely flipped the script. You know that song, Video Killed the Radio Star? Well, TikTok killed the influencer. With its unique algorithm that completely determines your feed, a new emphasis is placed on discoverability. And the next minute, you're watching a complete random 16-year-old in her messy bedroom reviewing makeup at 8 p.m. But you're fully invested because she is just like you. And that's where user-generated content creation was born. Okay, well, not really, because all the content in the past is still user-generated content. It just wasn't until the recent years that brands picked up the value that UGC holds. The funny thing about history is that it tends to repeat itself. Word-of-mouth recommendations are a fundamental part of human condition, tapping into the psychological need for human connection and social behavior. Humans want to rely on each other and feel part of a community. For some brands and consumers, influencer has simply fallen out of fashion. It's evident that people value trust in influencers and content creators, which is why influencer sponsorship and endorsements can make consumers skeptical about what a consumer has to say about a product. Like, why did Cristiano Ronaldo become the face of this Japanese mouth-shaving gadget? UGC creators have the power to create a sense of community and encourage active participation. If a product greatly aligns with a UGC creator, brands will see the benefit after collaborating with them. Showcasing UGC portrays authenticity and helps keep a brand top of mind when choosing within your niche. These creators are focused on creating for the love of it and are not following followers and monetization. And that is why UGC represents the modern-day form of word of mouth. It's so easy to become an influencer nowadays. Everybody has an iPhone. The market is extremely saturated. A statistic from Bazaar Voice states that 47% of consumers are fatigued by the repetitive influencer content suggesting that consumers are looking for something that's more real and reflective of their everyday lives, rather than being fed with the fleeting endorsements. Brands are choosing to prioritize authentic and diverse content formats that have long-term value for both creators and the audience. The death of the influencer doesn't mean that there'll be no influencers in the future. It still doesn't mean you can't become an influencer. I mean, look at me, I'm still trying. So you might ask me, what's next? Well, I don't know. I can't exactly predict the future, but I think that the term influencer will simply fall away and everyone will just become content creators. But these content creators will need to stand out in the sea full of people we see online every single day. And like I said, history tends to repeat itself. And there might be a new social media platform that emerges with a new way of creating content. Only time will tell. And as the consumer of all the content, the ball is left in your court. Thank you.
Thanks for that, Lex. I'm sure many brands will benefit from what you just had to say. Next, we have the lady who wakes up at 6 every morning to go for a run and can always bring laughter to any room. We have Sky Bester.
Good morning, everyone, and a special welcome to everyone that's joining online today. So the question I get asked the most is, what's actually in it for me when I wake up? Well, it's actually all for yourself. So just for a little bit of background, I grew up in a home where my dad used to wake up early every morning. And when I had to wake up to study, he was awake long hours before me, ready with a cup of tea to start my day. I always thought, like, this man's crazy. Why does he never sleep? Until I grew up and realized that it's purpose and responsibility that wakes him up. As you can see, me and my dad, we the early birds, and my mom and my brother, not so early birds, but it's okay, we still love them. So just by the way, I'm not here to tell you to wake up at 5 every day, and I'm not here to tell you to become a sleep-deprived zombie. What this is all about is what to actually do when you wake up in the morning. What this is all about is to elevate your mornings and win your day. So we often get bombarded by so many different ways to live, things we need to control to make it seem as we have our life together. But when the only thing that's really in our control is our own time and our emotions and our mental state and our health. But all of those stuff can only be in our control when we have control over our time. So let's jump into the benefits of waking up before the birds. The first one is it gives your body time to reach full wakefulness before you start the day. So say, for instance, you roll out of bed at 8:30 to get to work at 9. Chances are you won't be awake and ready to do your best work. And you have to depend on the triple shot espresso to do the work for you. Well, getting up, you won't arrive to do your best work. It won't be easy to set the alarm for an earlier hour. Sorry. It won't be easy to set your alarm for an earlier hour. But once it becomes part of your routine, you will see a major difference in your mental clarity and your energy levels in the morning. It improves overall sleep quality. So obviously, if you wake up early, you will be ready for bed earlier. So research has found that people that go to bed earlier will be ready for bed earlier. That's just obvious. And then also, night owls are more likely to develop sleep disorders than early birds. Then we hear all the time how important it is to get your 8 hours of sleep at night. Well, if you're trying to cramp in your beauty rest between 12 or later in the evening, and when you wake up in the morning, it's not likely to happen. Then lastly, if you win your morning, you will win your day. What this is, sorry guys. So, if sorry, I just saw you coming now. Thank you. Okay, so win your morning and win your day. Now I'm winning my voice back. Okay, so If we do things in the morning that you usually neglect, like meditating, training, reading, or even just preparing a nice, nutritious meal for yourself, it will feel like you already won the day. You go into your day knowing that you already done stuff for yourself and you won for yourself. So obviously, if you say, for instance, you never get time to go to the gym. And if you go to the gym in the morning, and you never get time to go to the gym, if you have 1 to 3 hours a day to go to the gym, actually, it feels like you're fulfilling your purpose. Then, for me, I found myself a lot less stressed, a lot more productive, and have a lot more mental clarity. When I wake up at 5 a.m. in the morning, I make myself a cup of coffee, and while the kettle is boiling, I usually make my bed to deplete the factor of maybe me getting back into bed. Then I meditate and have some me time. I usually move my body, go for a jog, as Jack said, and then I take a shower and get ready for the day. Thereafter, I reward myself with a nice breakfast for putting myself first and waking up early. And then I usually have time to sort out some admin, answer messages from people that don't go to bed between 9 and 10 like I do. And then also check socials and usually have a little German lesson on Duolingo. Then I also spoke to a few friends that does the same thing and still apply the 5 a.m. Club principles by Robin Sharma to their lives. And not one said that they feel less energized or less productive. They actually said the total opposite. And also, guys, there's a reason why we wake up earlier or easier when you're going on vacation or starting the first day of job. And for me, I woke up at 4 this morning because I was so excited for MacLive. And there's a reason for that. Because if we get excited about our lives, it will be so much easier to wake up. But let's be real. We are all people and life gets hard. So what if you only have 4 ticks and 3 crosses for the week? The ticks will overpower the crosses, and that is what makes a habit. So let's get real. We all have discomfort in our lives. Waking up is uncomfortable. Working until 12 p.m. is uncomfortable. Being stressed because you didn't get everything done is uncomfortable. And the list continues. But for me, I choose the discomfort that actually benefits me. And that is waking up early, using the good brain capacity I have, and also the production that comes with it, productivity that comes with it. We have to limit the chaos in our life, and that's the best thing you can do for yourself. So now you might be thinking, how on earth do I start doing that? Because you're all going to wake up at 5 tomorrow morning. So first of all, don't be too hard on yourself. It's a journey. And there's a reason why I say this first. Because we often set such high standards for ourselves, and then we don't wake up at 5 and we're like, no, we're definitely not a morning person. I'm a night owl, and I'll never wake up early because you tried it and it didn't work. So don't be too hard on yourself. Then try to limit digital an hour before bed. I know everyone's going to say, we always hear that. But seriously, guys, if you know that what you just saw on Instagram consumes your brain while you're trying to fall asleep, don't do it. Then eat brain-fueling food, stuff that will sustain you throughout the day, that will keep your brain optimized, like healthy fats, greens, or less caffeine before going to bed. Then have a reward system. Like I previously said, a nice breakfast for having a productive morning, or even just a day in the week where you wake up without an alarm is a nice reward. Then no naps. I know that no one's going to like this one, but obviously if you take a nap, it's going to be more difficult to fall asleep because you're not that tired at night. Then strategically place your phone. Don't put your phone next to your head for health reasons, but the biggest reason is the snooze function we have. I found that if I put my phone in a different room or just like walking distance from where I sleep, it makes me it wakes you up when you have to stand up and you're already irritated because you have to stand up and then you're awake. So, and also plan ahead. So plan to the last T, put out your gym clothes, put out the clothes you want to wear for the next day, because that creates a sense of urgency and purpose in your brain. So when you wake up, your brain, I have so much to do, and you just get up because you know that you planned out your whole morning. Then have an accountability partner. have a friend, a family member, or even a partner to tell you to, or to message you when you don't wake up at that time. So I usually tell someone in my family, like, please, if I'm not sending you a text by 5:10, please call me. That usually helps me because I feel responsible for someone else, and I also feel sad if I don't call someone and they oversleep, and it's my reason. Okay, so this is a mouthful. I know I've spoken all over the place, but the stuff I really want you to take with you today is that your morning set the tone for your day. If you start your day in a rush and you can't get anything done, the rest of your day will follow the same pattern. And then shape your habits, or your habits will shape you. And then lastly, consistency is key. Okay, see you all tomorrow morning at 5.
Thanks, Guy. You might have ruined sleep-ins for me, but it looks like I'm setting my alarm for 5 tomorrow. For our last speaker, we have my Hiltonian rival and the man with the smoothest voice. He has a knack for creating incredible things. Please welcome Kabelo Makwane.
Imagine being told while at home for the holidays that your father has left this journey on earth. That was me, 20-year-old Kabelo Makwane in 2021. And no amount of preparation, whilst my dad was fighting COVID-19, could prepare me for that insidious phone call on the 24th of January. I stand here today, 2.5 years later, and I realize and understand that something traumatic turned into a journey of self-discovery and healing. Always knowing that my dad is my loyal supporter. I had a certain buzz about me before my dad passed away. Here I was, excited about going into my 3rd year at UCT. Now, this was during the pandemic, and let's face it, at that point, everyone was sick of online learning and quarantine, so that buzz included the fact that I finally got to leave the house. But an interesting thing happens to our minds when we go through traumatic experiences. When we receive news that shocks our energetic system, we all react differently. Some will block it off and fill that hole within them with anything and everything just to not feel the pain. Some will take the pain and carry it with them for years to come. And some will express their release in aggression, just to name a few. Me, I froze when I heard about my dad's passing. Some of you may have heard about the fight or flight responses, but the 3rd stress response, the freeze response, is a debilitating one. Now, contrary to what you might initially expect, the freeze response isn't a state of calm or inactivity. It's actually a state of hyperarousal, where your heart rate and blood pressure spike and the muscles in your body tense up, but you simply can't release that energy. And throughout all of this, your mind is moving 1,000,000 miles per minute. You see, traumatic experiences can shake our sense of self and affect how we feel and think about ourselves. When negative things happen to us, our thought patterns begin to go in directions where they shouldn't go. We may struggle with blame, doubt, mistrust, and losing our sense of identity. That was me. And in that moment, I was hit with an overwhelming sense of pressure and responsibility. But 8 months ago to the day, a shift happened in me. And I realized that it was me and me alone that could set the course of my journey. Have you ever seen the way someone else lives their life and had the thought or feeling that you want that? Having seen their journey and how they overcame their own challenges to land at a place where they were vibrating at a higher level and thought, I want to feel what that feels like. In fact, for me, seeing a close friend of mine go through his own traumatic experiences, seeing him seek out a transformation coach and put in the work into releasing his pain and Coming out the other end, a brighter, more energetically vibrant person flipped the switch in me and made me believe that it was possible. You see, they say comparison is a thief of joy, but I feel in some cases it's exactly what we need to remind ourselves that there is a light at the end of the tunnel. Self-belief isn't just a solitary journey. It can be ignited and fueled by external sources of inspiration. One such source of inspiration for me was the Invictus Games, an international multi-sport event for wounded servicemen and women, and a testament to the unbreakable human spirit. Take Sergeant Elizabeth Marks, for example. She's a former combat medic who served in the US Army. And during her service, she sustained several severe injuries, including a bilateral hip injury. And after years of challenges and hardships, perseverance and hard work, she went on to win 4 gold medals in swimming at the 2016 Invictus Games. Her story, along with the countless other stories, define the spirit of perseverance. But as Mike Chona said, people aren't at the games to win medals. People are there to overcome their own problems in life. And it's this quote that stands out to me the most because it speaks to this idea of intrinsic motivation. The idea that things won't change unless you want them to change. And beyond that, putting in the work and taking the necessary steps to reach your goals. I stand here today in alignment with myself, having released my journey of self-discovery, but that was only possible because I put in the work. You see, challenges and adversity will undoubtedly bear their head on our journey, but it's what we do with those challenges that shape and mold us into the people we are today. As Mark Manson said, everything worthwhile in life is won through surmounting the associated negative experience. But you have to work for it. You need to put in the work. You can read as many self-help books as you like and highlight as many quotes in these books as you want. But what's the next step? Your mind is a powerful tool, and it would be a disservice to yourself not to use it to its fullest potential. Seeing the life you want to lead and immersing yourself in that desired reality, that's the first step to making it tangible and real. Thoughts are real forces. Understand that on a fundamental level, on a soul level. The things we think during the day are real forces. They aren't meaningless. Each thought has energy, substance, and an effect on our reality. So it's important to be mindful about what we feed our minds. Think of the mind as a sending and receiving station that you can exercise control over. We're constantly affecting the outside world with our thoughts. So we need to be cognizant of the power we hold. We're forever experiencing thoughts in our head, but we have the power and ability to either entertain or dismiss them. So look inward and ask yourself, how much am I carrying inside of me that I should have put down long ago? These negative thoughts that are persisting around in your mind, do they serve you? Or are they pulling you away from being present? We need to weed these thoughts out in order to think clearly, because a thought that's injected with emotion and energy becomes magnetized. It attracts similar thoughts. Now look, by no means am I saying it's easy, but it's worth it on so many levels. And as long as we put in the work, we can achieve almost anything. Still, we rise.
Thanks, Kabilo. That was so special. I think I can speak for everyone who say we will be remembering that. So it takes us to the end of our session. Please feel free to go upstairs, enjoy the facilities that we have on offer, and the next session will be taking place at 11.
Good morning, everyone. This is session 2 of day 1. I'm Tendai Mangena, and I'll be your I'll be your MC for the session. So get ready to see my face a whole lot more. Before we get started, there are a few house rules for management. Please may you ensure that all of your phones are on mute or on silent. And if you do need to leave the venue during the session, which I hope you don't, please ensure that it is between the speakers. So essentially, you can only move around when I'm on the stage. Then, so let's get into the reason. Well, let's kickstart. So, knock knock. Who's there? It's Miss Abigail Palombo, otherwise known as Habibi. She'll be our first speaker for the day, and she's just another 22-year-old girl. Oh, it's in front of me. Sorry. She's just another 22-year-old girl making it through this thing we call life, taking it day by day, decision by decision, while making TikToks along the way. So let's welcome Abby to the stage.
I want to start our conversation off with a question. So please, can you raise your hand if you have ever felt like you were not good enough, not qualified enough, or that you were an imposter in a certain situation? I see those hands, and I bet there are many more out there. Imposter syndrome is like an uninvited guest lurking behind every door I encounter in life. These doors symbolize opportunities, challenges, and new experiences. The problem is that as I approach each door, imposter syndrome whispers, "You don't belong here. You're not good enough." It's almost like a relentless game of knock knock who's there, where imposter syndrome never fails to answer. It's as though it has a set of keys to my doors, ready to lock me out of my own potential. But what exactly is imposter syndrome? It's that nagging feeling of self-doubt, that fear of not being good enough, even when you've proven your competence time and time again. It's that sensation that you're wearing a mask and hiding behind it, hoping that no one will see the real you. Personally, I've experienced imposter syndrome throughout my life, even as I stand here today. It's like that shadow following me, whispering in my ear that I don't deserve the opportunities I've worked so hard for. Coming to the end of this year, I'll be nervous about my future as I'll be stepping into a new direction in life. Finding a job, deciding whether to stay in Cape Town or move back to Durban, and entering the real adult world. And don't get me started about the thought of having to pay rent. But in this already tough time, imposter syndrome crept in, yet again, telling me I'm not qualified, that I'm in over my head, that I'm not going to find a job, that I'm not good enough. The weight of these feelings is suffocating, and it's as though I'm trying to carry imposter syndrome on my back, a burden that makes every step feel so incredibly heavy. I think one of the biggest mistakes I've made is thinking that I'm the only one who feels this way. And by seeing the number of people who raised their hand here today, I can say that this is far from the truth. Imposter syndrome is more common than you think, with nearly 70% of individuals experiencing signs and symptoms of imposter syndrome at least once in their life. Throughout this year at Red and Yellow, we have had the privilege of listening to such amazing guest speakers and being a part of so many masterclasses. But 2 of these guest speakers really stood out for me, and it was in those moments that I was reminded that I'm not alone. Lina Maragua said, "Imposter syndrome is normal, and everyone goes through it." I mean, this is such a simple and obvious statement, yet so validating for a person like me. And then a quote from Vuyo Henda, "Your inner voice of criticism amplifies only before you're about to do something amazing." And wow, that quote really stuck with me. But if it wasn't bad enough, imposter syndrome doesn't limit itself to the professional realm. It extends into the personal as well. You might find yourself looking around, comparing your abilities and accomplishments to those around you. But this can be such a dangerous game because there will always be someone who appears more accomplished, more knowledgeable, or more experienced. But remember, those comparisons are not fair to you. You have your own unique journey, your own strengths, and your own path. As a passionate netball player, I often question my place on the team, doubting my skills and feeling like I was just a placeholder. You're not good enough. You're not fit enough. You won't be selected for the team. There are so many better shooters than you. In the context of sports, imposter syndrome can rear its head in particularly challenging ways. I might be the best shooter on the court, yet still doubt my ability to make that game-winning shot. It's like I'm running down the court, but with imposter syndrome as my shadow. It feels like I have an extra defender on me. And even after being selected for the team, I question, was I lucky? Did I deserve it? I think where imposter syndrome hit me the hardest in netball was when I was selected to be the KZN ladies captain. I mean, this is such an amazing achievement, yet so scary at the same time. I constantly struggled doubting my abilities on and off the court, thinking other people were more deserving. Another example happened last night. I was playing my usual Tuesday night netball league, and I just had a really off game. Well, at least to me, I did. And after that game, I was driving home, and so many negative thoughts just came rushing into my mind. And it was the same 3 thoughts that always come to mind when I play netball. You're not good enough. You're not fit enough. There are so many better shooters than you. So what causes imposter syndrome to knock on our doors? Well, it can be a blend of perfectionism, early experiences, social comparisons, and often just our own fear of failure. I think for me, it's kind of a blend of all of these factors. It's hard to pinpoint where exactly these feelings come from, but rather it's a combination of all of them. I feel like I was putting so much pressure on myself when writing this speech to understand why I feel this way and to be able to tell you all what has caused it. But I soon learned that I can't place my feelings in a box and say that this was the exact attribute as to why I feel this way, but rather I need to start to understand who I am as a person. And I wish I could say that I have it all figured out, but I know that acknowledging this and being willing to do something is definitely the start of my journey. And I wish I could stand here and say that I've cracked the code or that I know the root cause and how to solve it, because I don't, and that's okay. I think for me, my imposter syndrome is heavily rooted in the constant need for validation, for someone else to tell me that I'm on the right track or that I have a great idea. I never seem to be confident in my own abilities. Imposter syndrome has presented me with some surprising challenges this year at Red and Yellow, especially within the group work. Constantly being in different groups has taught me invaluable life lessons, like how to work with different people and finding my own strengths within each group. However, when it then came to the individual task, I started to question myself, wanting that validation that I usually got when I was in a group. These feelings were so overwhelming, but now, standing here today, I can say that they only make me stronger and that I need to learn to trust myself and be more confident in my abilities. Easier said than done, but it's progress. But despite all of these imposter feelings, it's okay to not know or not have all the answers. Life is a journey, and sometimes we'll wander off the blueprint we've created. I know with me, I'm so set with my life's blueprint in mind, imagining a clear path to success and writing countless to-do lists, that sometimes I need to be reminded, and for all of you who raised your hand here today, life is beautifully messy. And sometimes the blueprint we've created doesn't account for the unexpected detours, the roadblocks, or the moments of self-discovery. Imposter syndrome makes us fear these detours as if they're dead ends. But in reality, these detours can lead to the most profound life lessons and self-realizations. Long story short, it's okay to be a work in progress. In fact, I'd argue that the best journeys are those where you embrace the unknown and where you understand that not having all the answers is just a part of the adventure. So what has helped me on my journey this year? I think the biggest advice I can give or lesson I've learned is to recognize when imposter syndrome is at play and confront it head on. I mean, just by me choosing this topic is already a step forward. By recognizing that I feel this way and understanding which situations make it better and worse, I know that my last blueprint will fall perfectly into place. And perhaps the most important lesson I've learned is to understand that it's okay to not have it all figured out. Remember, imposter syndrome is a universal experience, and it's time that we just faced it. Embrace your own journey, unlock your doors, and don't be afraid to let imposter syndrome know that you are here to stay. The next time it comes and knocks on your door, you can now confidently answer. Thank you.
Sorry about that. Next up, we have Matt Schwalst. Matt? Cool. You ready? Next up, we have Matt Schwalst, an avid lover of sports who promised to find me a husband at the golf course, but still has not. Anyway, Matt will be taking us through the evolution of sports and the role that money plays in it. So, giddy on up here, Maddie.
Morning, everyone. So I'll be talking through the evolution of sport. And since before even I can remember, I either had a cricket bat in my hand or was swinging plastic golf clubs in my back garden. And the joy and freedom I had when I was young in the garden with literally no worries in the world, except whether or not I'd manage to score 100 and win my imaginary Cricket World Cup final. Somehow this match would always come down to the last ball, with me needing to hit a 6 to win, and I'd hit the biggest 6 anyone could ever imagine. Then ran around celebrating like no one was watching. Meanwhile, everyone in the house was thinking, who is that crazy child? Sport brings so much joy to so many people around the world, no matter the circumstances. From the kids playing football in Khayelitsha to Khaleesi in the stadium. Sport brings people from all over the world together, unlike anything else. As Nelson Mandela said, sport has the power to change the world. Sport is also what gives young kids hope and gives them something to believe in. Just look at the profound effect the Springboks have had on this country, uniting a nation that is going through a struggling time and bringing hope to those in despair. However, these joyous moments are slowly becoming less frequent, and I find myself asking the question, is sport the same now as it was when we were young? Because I'm not sure it is. Money is changing the sporting world both for good and for the bad, as many sportsmen and women used to not make enough money to support themselves and their families. And the ones that did focus so much on their career that when it came to an end, they went on a downward spiral, not knowing how to make ends meet. So with this huge influx of investment into sport, there are many positive signs for these professional athletes, as money is no longer a major issue. From having to worry about career-ending injuries, leaving you stuck with nothing, to now having sponsorship deals where you can sit on the sidelines and still earn money for a lifetime. However, money has also caused many changes to the sporting world that is not so positive. And you ask, how could money be a problem? Money is creating a huge gap within almost all sports. The teams that have more money guarantees them a win. And this is showcased through previously richest team in the Premier League, Manchester City, winning 5 out of the last Premier League titles, as well as the Formula One being dominated by 2 teams, Red Bull and Mercedes, which are both the richest in the sport. Not only is it ruining the competition, it is taking away the very essence you want to play your sport. People are choosing money over everything. Because what would you choose? To work double the hours and earn less, or work half the hours and earn double? And of course, you're going to choose to work half the hours and earn double. Like, who wouldn't? This is a decision that many sportsmen and women have the luxury of making in the modern world. How many of you guys have heard of a person called Taylor Gooch? I don't expect that many. Well, he is ranked 231st in the world for golf. And he made himself $48 million last year, which is equal to 874 million rand. And he did this by only playing in 14 golfing events, which is less than half that is in a regular PGA Tour season. And this is the sort of money that is changing the sporting world drastically. I know most of you would know who Cristiano Ronaldo is. He's a little bit more famous than Taylor Gooch. Well, he just landed a contract in a football league which doesn't even come close to the level of the Premier League. However, when you get paid $200 million, does it really matter? So you may ask, where is all this money coming from? The Saudi Public Investment Fund. The Saudi Public Investment Fund is the sovereign wealth fund of Saudi Arabia. It is a state-owned investment fund established to help drive the diversification of the Saudi economy and invest in various sectors, both domestically and internationally. The net worth of the Saudi Public Investment Fund is that of $776 billion, which is actually 97 times the entire world population. The Saudi Public Investment Fund has invested into many different sporting facets, but mainly focusing in the world of golf, boxing, Formula One, and of course, football. Saudi Arabia has spent at least $6.3 billion in the sports deals since early 2021, which is almost quadruple the previous amount they spent over a 6-year period. The $6.3 billion investment is more than the entire GDP of both Montenegro and the island of Barbados. And there's a term that's actually surfaced in recent conversations about sports and this massive spending by Saudi Arabia, and that is sports washing. The concept is where these massive investments in high-profile sporting events serve as a veil to conceal or distract from their nation's poor human rights record. And in the case of Saudi Arabia, over the past 5 years, the nation has faced criticism for various human rights violations, including restrictions on freedom of expression, concerns about women's rights, a high rate of capital punishment, gay marriage still being illegal, and issues related to their treatment of their migrant workers. So while the attention may be captivated by these sporting events, we need to look past the glitz and glamour and acknowledge the darker realities that may be concealed by the veil of sports. As previously, many sports figures and renowned brands hesitated to engage with nations marked by these significant human rights issues. However, the money being offered by Saudi Arabia is almost way too much to turn down. So this is a bit worrying, as it's creating a moral shift in the world of sports, where people and athletes accept this money for their own benefits, and I don't think it's going to stop anytime soon. As the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia, Mohammed bin Salman, has said, he doesn't care about these accusations of sports washing, saying in an interview, if sports washing is going to increase my GDP by way of 1%, then I'll just continue to do sports washing. So then, how are we supposed to prevent the sports washing from happening and taking the games we grew up playing, loving, and ruining not only the sport, but also clouding our view on the world as a whole? We need to bring back hope and have this generation of sportsmen and women to inspire rather than to ruin the previous generation's hard work. Sports washing is almost inevitable, as almost everyone has a price. An example of this was when it came to the Saudi Public Investment Fund trying to invest into golf, as many of the top players like Rory McIlroy and Tiger Woods took a stand against the investment. Player meetings were held to protest against the investments. However, the PGA Tour could not say no to the unimaginable money being offered by the Saudi Public Investment Fund and still decided to merge, showing to me that almost everyone has a price. So the question is, will sports washing stop, or is it just the natural evolution of sport? Has it been sold to the highest bidder, with that bidder being Saudi Arabia? Because it comes back to the question, what would you choose? Substantial pay rise for way less work, or work double the amount for half the money? As we have seen, it's actually a tougher decision to make, as it not only impacts your family, but has a ripple effect on many others. And the allure of money is massive, but how strong are your morals? It is a dilemma that professional athletes are faced with, and it's a fascinating time in the sporting world, as the future is so unpredictable. So as we watch this unfold in the coming years, the question remains, will the pursuit of money take precedence, or will the love and passion for the game prevail? It's a compelling journey, as the sporting world is always evolving, and I can't wait to see what happens next. Thank you.
Okay, so nice, Matt. Yeah, a lot about sport. So next up, we've got Daniela Davidson, a lover of art, fashion, photography, beach, and brains. So basically, she's just a basic Cape Town girl. But today, she'll be taking us through how the journey of life is an art exhibition. So welcome, Daniela.
Today, we are embarking on the exciting concept that each life is a masterpiece and that every moment is a unique stroke on the canvas of our existence. While I was conducting research, I asked people what the word art meant to them. The vast majority of people gave answers like traditional art, modern art, and pieces hanging in art galleries. I always thought the exact same way until I came across this quote. I think everything in life is art. What you do, how you dress, the way you love someone, and how you talk. Your smile and your personality, what you believe in, and all of your dreams. The way you drink your tea, how you decorate your home or party. Your grocery list, the food you make, and how your writing looks. Life is art. I thought that this is such a beautiful way to look at life, because not only does it shift our perception and help us see the beauty and art in everyday mundane moments, but it reminds us that just like our lives, art is never perfect. It can still be beautiful despite all of the imperfections. Scientists say that the probability of being born is at least 1 in 400 trillion. This is incredibly unlikely, nearing impossible. That's why being alive is a work of art within itself. In a TED Talk about the art of being yourself, Carolyn McHugh says that the only job you truly have on this planet is to be as good at being you as you possibly can, whether that means excelling as a business person, a chef, a parent, a world traveler. The key is to live authentically. As Mark Twain wisely said, the 2 most important days of your lives is the day you're born and the day you find out why. Because art is the expression of our souls, whatever we decide to do with our lives, if we are authentic about it, is considered art, because it is an expression of who we are as humans. Ask yourself, what do you expect from life, and what does life expect from you? There are 2 places where you're amazing at being yourself. The first is when you are a young child, because you don't know how to disguise your differences, and because of this, you are just authentically you. The second is when you are old, because you have had a lifetime to come to terms with who you really are. We tend to call old people eccentric, but really they are just authentic. The National Institute of Health conducted a study about people's top 5 dying regrets, and the most common answer was that people wish they had the courage to live their lives more authentically to themselves, not what others expected from them. The takeaway from this is that it is our duty to listen to our inner voice, to be our truest self. Once you figure out how to be authentically you, it is an incredibly liberating way to go through life, because you are not building your identity based on other people, but you are building it based on who you are at your core. And author Francis Jonah wrote that there's an idea that we create life and this ourselves as much as a painter paints their painting. We are all artists of our own lives, just like a painter crafting their masterpieces. Imagine this: from the moment you are born, you are handed a blank canvas, and every choice you make, every person you befriend, every memory you create, the clothes you choose to wear, the people you choose to love, and the work you decide to do are all like brushstrokes on this canvas. Embracing life as art can be a beautiful thing. Just like a painter digs deep into their souls, thoughts, and feelings to create something beautiful, we have that same creative freedom to tap into our own souls, thoughts, and feelings to mold our lives into the pictures we want. Once you realize that you're in control of your canvas, you realize that there's no limit to the kind of life that you can create. This realization doesn't just bring excitement, it gives you the liberating feeling of control over your life story. One of the amazing things about embracing life as art is also embracing all of the imperfections, our little quirks that we often view as imperfections, like the way your nose crinkles when you genuinely smile or the double chin that you get when you're truly laughing, is not flaws, but part of what makes your canvas unique. If we try to draw a comparison to ourselves, we draw a blank. Similarly, no two works of art are the same, and it is in our little quirks and imperfections that makes our canvas unique. It all starts from within, where your soul guides the brush and creates vivid memories and beautiful, lively colors on your canvas. Your hobbies, your passions, and even all of the imperfections become beautiful brush strokes. Just like a painting that sometimes takes unexpected turns, the colors of our lives come from our own unique experiences. And it is these unique experiences that create each one of our own unique memories. Memories can be thought of as art pieces in our lives. Each memory is a unique work of art shaped by your experiences, feelings, and perspectives. Here's a video of people speaking about their happiest memories.
Yesterday, my wife and I actually had our 4-year anniversary. We're celebrating here in San Diego. So I have to say, my favorite memory was 4 years and 1 day ago, when I got to say I do was the most beautiful woman on the planet. Was there anything special in the morning? I guess it would have to be the last time I saw my grandma. We all went up to her house in LA. I mean, that's the last time I will be.
As shown in the video we just watched, all of these people's favorite memories include their loved ones. And I have a feeling that if we had to think back to our fondest memories, it would be exactly the same. As one of the greatest artists, Vincent van Gogh, said, there's nothing truly more artistic than to love people. Imagine all of your memories as your own little art gallery. They're the moments and the motions that define you, which can each be thought of as works of art. Each piece of art, aka your memories, captures all the beauty and depth of your experiences. Every memory has a story to share, and these stories shape who you are. Just as an artist decides which pieces of their art they share in a gallery, we choose which of our favorite memories we share with the people around us. When you share your memories with others, you're essentially inviting them into your gallery. They get to see the world through your eyes and feel the emotions you felt. In this way, you are not only curating your memories, but you're also curating your life story. Just like art can stir emotions and make you think, your memories can do the same. A neuroscientist, Paul King, wrote that when we experience a moment accompanied by intense emotion, whether it's love, joy, or fear, our brains tend to store that memory more strongly. The heightened emotional state makes that particular moment worthy of preservation. Your memories become part of the shared human experience, adding to the constantly changing mosaic of memories that make us who we are. In a TED Talk about what truly matters at the end of life, B.J. Miller explained that while he was lying in the burning unit of a hospital, he realized that beauty can truly be found anywhere. He had been lying in the hospital without any windows or contact to the outside world when a nurse snuck a single snowball into his room. He explains that feeling the snowball in his hand and watching it melt gave him all the inspiration he needed to live. This sentiment beautifully aligns with the idea that life is art. Embracing the idea that life is art allows us to see the beauty in the ordinary, the mundane, and in B.J. Miller's case, even the most difficult of times. It encourages us to find meaning even in the smallest details. He also states that it is a liberating feeling to know that you can always find a shock of beauty or meaning in whatever chapter of life you are in, no matter how much or little life you have left. When asked what his message to the world is, Gandhi answered, "My life is my message." In the ultimate art exhibition of life, since we are both the art and the artist, each one of us has the power to paint our life's message. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniela. That was really, really interesting. No, genuinely, sorry. Yes, that wasn't sarcastic. That was like really interesting that you're like the artist to your own art. Like, yeah. So next up, we have the class dad Tar. The football fanatic who thinks he's as great as Messi, but in the past 6 months has managed to injure himself twice, playing his little five-a-side matches on Wednesday evenings. So today he'll be taking us through how failing forward is the best way to fail. So let's welcome up Iman's husband, Tarek.
Thanks, Mom. Okay, good morning, everyone. My name is Tarek Abrams, and I am a failure. That wasn't funny. I'm a failure. I'm a failure. I'm a failure that has failed many, many times. But don't worry, it's okay, because we're all failures. But we'll probably fail a lot more times in our life. And that's okay, because we'll do it together. Now, here's the thing, and this might rattle a few people. Failure is not the opposite of success. I know. You wrote that maths test in grade 4, and you probably didn't pass, and your teacher said to you in a rather vile tone that you thought you maybe have something against 10-year-old, that you failed. And ever since then, you've had this negative connotation with failure. And yes, it would be easy to blame a Trunchbull from Matilda, but shame she probably didn't know any better. How we will be placed in many different situations in life. How we choose to interpret, learn, and respond to those situations is completely up to us. Now in school, we get rewarded for results. If you memorize this word or diagram on this page, regurgitate it onto that page, boom, you get an award. That's literally it. So we worked hard, we studied, some more than others. And some achieved, but most went unrecognized because they didn't get top spot. Because they didn't get top spot. They improved, it wasn't good enough. So they were told things like, you failed. Your effort was pointless. Or you probably won't amount to much compared to the top student, which was Cabello. Let's be real, guys. I know I'm being dramatic here, but that's the point. That's what we internalized as kids. Well, what can we take from this? Two things. The first is that failure is not the opposite of success. Failure is a stepping stone towards success. And the second being, failure is exciting. It means we're trying. Now, the byproduct of fear of failure is one of our best friends, and we all know this guy, procrastination. We were sometimes overpraised as kids and believed intelligence is inherently a part of us. And so anytime we struggled with something or we felt uncomfortable during a task, We procrastinated because we were scared of failing. And it's funny because you have no idea how I procrastinated with this section. I guess I was just testing out the theory or something. And to be honest, I even made a note here to insert a fact about procrastination that made it seem like I know what I was talking about. But honestly, I don't. I'm on the same journey as everyone else here. I just decided to share mine. Now, have you ever done something that you're proud of? Like you did it and you thought to yourself, damn, I did that. If you have something in mind, ask yourself, did you feel comfortable while you were doing it? Were you unsure of the result? And during the process of achieving that goal, completing that task, you were unsure of the outcome. But once you were done, you were like, that was me. I did that. These are just some of the brands we worked with this year. And ask us all a year ago if we thought we could work with these brands. We would laugh at you because these are amazing companies. My point is that nothing truly remarkable is ever done inside of your comfort zone. And when I say remarkable, I mean remarkable to you and you alone. I say that because oftentimes we play that fun game, the comparison game. We look at others our age to see what they're doing. We think, there's only one road to success, which is insane, actually. And if you haven't already done this, if you haven't compared yourself to others, you will. It's normal. And social media only makes this worse. It heightens it. And the most dangerous comparison touch point, shout out Mel, is not Instagram. It's not X or Twitter. And hopefully it will never be Facebook. But rather, LinkedIn. Soon we'll be scrolling and we'll see our peers and hopefully by now friends getting jobs, promotions, and then dream companies. It's going to happen. Then we'll be reading posts that say, I'm honored and thrilled to announce that I have been chosen amongst the top 5 applicants who have participated in the professional and most well-respected exam that evaluates the skills and ability to operate fuel-based vehicles. I cannot wait to see what the next chapter holds, and I cannot thank enough the Ministry of Transportation, McDonald's, Google Maps, and my neighbors who have supported me during this difficult journey. We all do it. And in reality, they were just getting their license. It's human nature to compare. It's inevitable. So instead of trying to stop it, learn how to manage it. Your friend's success does not equal your failure. Your friend's success does not equal your failure. I'm a prime example of this. I was studying, and then I was working, and I felt a bit lost. And suddenly, all my friends were progressing in their careers, and mine hadn't yet begun. I then called up a friend to help out on a project, to volunteer time and expertise. And long story short, I stand here where she stood 1 year ago. But there was no magic pill to stop comparing. I still compared myself to them. I still got thoughts of they getting that promotion or buying that house. You know, the societal goals that everyone feels they need to tick off, but in reality, they only do it. You should only do it if it works for you and not for other people. Yet some people do it for other people and end up shooting themselves in the foot in the process. Yeah, I still compared myself to them. I even compared myself to my friends in class with your whole lives ahead of you and me nearing my pension years. But that to me is failing forward. Yes, I still had those feelings that I had to dig myself out. Yes, I still felt like a failure most of the time. But was I going to let that define me, define my actions? Yeah. But mostly no. Because failing forward is not reacting joyously or hoping to fail. It's taking it in your stride, learning that you're human and that you make mistakes. And that's my interpretation of it. Truth be told, when me doing this Mac course was brought up last year, I thought it was ludicrous. I thought, how can I quit my job, find another job that suits campus times and pay the bills and support my best friend and wife through her honors degree and play football every Wednesday night after my injury? It's like she saw my slides before. Obviously, this is in order of importance from bottom to top, but nonetheless, I thought it was impossible. But as we all learned last year on the 18th of December, 2022, by a man who many said had one more thing to do before being considered the greatest of all time. Impossible? It's nothing. Where am I? Yeah. Oh, damn it. Tough times. Anyway. But again, long story short, I went for it. And the weirdest thing happened. Come February of this year, I had to go to class. I had to participate. And dare I say, for the first time in my tertiary career, I actually enjoyed the work. Thanks, Peter, Da, and Mel. But one thing I love and hate about Red and Yellow, or the passion, is that we're always placed in different groups every couple of weeks. It does help you communicate better. It does help you work with people. And it always helps you find out who you don't want to be in a group again with. But there was always that extra person in my groups, a friend we all know, something Abby mentioned earlier as well, Mr. Imposter Syndrome. I always had people in my group ask me questions, expecting answers, asking me to be this or that. And then Mr. Imposter Syndrome would say to me, what do you know about marketing? You'll never fit in this industry. Another failed attempt at something. To be clear, these thoughts still continue to plague me. But I try my best to remember the moments when I thought I couldn't do it, and I still did it anyway. Sometimes this worked. Sometimes this didn't. This happened 4 months ago. This happened last week. I'm still failing, but I'm still learning. I also try and remember my faith. Verse 286 of the Quran, and I'll do the Arabic first and then the English. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. La yukallifu Allahu nafsan illa wus'aha, which roughly translates to, God does not burden a soul with more than it can bear, or beyond its capacity. I find it reassuring and beautiful that whatever I'm faced with, I have the capacity to deal with that. That if I fail, it's not the end. Let me clarify something. This is not a success story. This is a failing forward narrative. I am still failing and will continue to do so because it means I'm trying. And if I ever stop trying, that means life's a bit boring, isn't it? Thank you.
All right, shukran, Tarek. Learned that one for you. Thank you for teaching me that I can be a failure and one day actually become a success story, hopefully. Next up, we have the girl that is, Next up, we have our own businesswoman and fashionista, Ms. Tasman Pretorius. She somehow manages to come to school every day dressed in like proper stuff and like looks nice and like, I don't get it, but like, you know, send some tips. Obviously, since this is her passion, she will be navigating us through the South African fashion industry. So, welcome, Taz, our little fashionista.
Today, I act as the role of a trend forecaster, where I go from global runways to retail. There are many aspects towards trends, and many of you may be wondering, how are trends established? How can a trend forecaster just predict the future? There are many facets, from world and historical events to consumer behaviors, trade and fashion shows, as well as sale figures and market trends. I then, the forecaster, will take this and make it into a trend book. And this trend book, trend report, will go from stats, key insights, and research. Now, again, you may be wondering, okay, I know you're a trend forecaster today, but how can you predict the future? So there are many aspects, such as a trend forecaster identifying emerging trends, analyzing current trends, as well as identifying repetitive trend patterns for future. And the most exciting thing is that we're able to tell what fabrications, what prints, what colors, what silhouettes are going to be in fashion. Then we get the short-term trend forecaster, which will predict from 12 months or less, and it will be from season to season. This again is the colors, the fabrications, the prints, the silhouettes, and the embellishments that are going to be in style this year. Then we get the long-term trend forecaster, which is very, very daunting because you can actually predict what's happening in 5 to 10 years. It is how brands reposition their business models, and it's how they will relaunch new product lines and retail concepts. Then we take the concept of runway to retail, where a trend forecaster will see a very eye-catching look on the runway, but they will adapt them to a commercialized level and allow it to align with consumer preferences. So as you can see on the left, we have a Valentino look, which is so extravagant, but most of you won't be that rare and they won't want to wear it all the time. So the consumer will be adapted and will wear a bellow sleeve like on the right. Then the Shein spotlight. I'm not judging any of you if you shop at Shein. It's okay for today. But I want to just explain to you how Shein has an impact on trends, not trends on Shein, the other way. So Shein actually bypasses the fashion calendars and uses AI-generated technology to produce products, and that will be based on social media trends and customer data. And Shein also has a very, very big impact on designers and how they replicate their designs, and there's actually no opportunity for these designers to be so comfortable with sharing their designs anymore because they think, okay, what's the point? You can just buy it for 100 Rand on Shein. Then I have today, as the trend forecaster, brought a trend book for Spring Summer 2024 and a runway review. So take your pictures now. This is what's coming next season. So we've got a stay away from the dopamine brights. I know, Lex, you're going to be sad, but we're going a little bit more muted tones now. So we've got the buttered yellows, the powder blues, the transcendent pinks, and the mints. And we've got sharp shoulder silhouettes with pairing with bralettes. So you've got that summer feel with your blazer. I know it sounds weird, but just trust the process. Then we've got the embellishments and the lace, which I see a few of you are wearing today. Then further insights into the role. We've got our corsetry, which is here to stay from 18th century Victorian era. And it just shows how from those historical times, how it will still stay here in future, but just a little bit of a different take on it, such as the floral embellishments that are going to be popular, as well as the reference from Kim Kardashian and her Met Gala look. Then the trend book that I have made today was the Organic Beauty. So this is all what's going to be trending for autumn-winter 2024. And the colors and the materials that will be very, very exciting. So we've got here the Organic Beauty, where it takes a latch onto circularity. So it wants to be sustainable. It needs to be mimicked from imperfections from nature. So what this means is that we will take, like the sea moss on the right, you'll get a romantic feel and it will kind of look like that. So it just mimics that from nature, and the organic textures from nature are also taking inspiration. Then we have the colors. The soft earthy tone palette is directly driven from nature with fresh array of frosted greens, pink clays, browns, chalky whites forming the core. So the way that it goes from runway to retail is the way that, for instance, the mushroom textures are actually imitating the plissé that you can see in stores such as Superbalist on the left. Then the materials and surfaces, we've got cactus leather, pleated silks, and textured knit fabrications, which will progress into 2024. And it will be in large volumes with nature-inspired textures and finishes. Then these are boys. I'm hoping that the moms are listening, because now you can take pictures and see what you can buy your son. So it will take a huge inspiration again from being a minimal impact on the environment and latching onto the fact that modular architecture is very inspirational in this department. So we have the modular architecture being a multifunctional purpose through the way that the fashion will be divulged. And then we've got minimalistic art and timeless color palettes. Then the color and materials is a great one because we're still going into the muted tones. We're still wanting that soft, earthy toned palette, and it's distinctly driven by nature with foggy dews, fostered greens, cement tones, and jet black forming the core. So we still have the textures inspired by nature, which are coming through on the fabrications. Then prints and patterns, we have the foggy camos and marbled, and just a different way to implement inspiration from nature. And then the key items finally to invest in for men is the puffer pants, which I know it might not be for this climate, but it might work for overseas. And we've got contemporary utility shackets, as well as the modular architecture coming into play with modular parkas. So there's limit on the environment. You're buying 3 items in 1 jacket. We have concluded today's trend book and how the South African fashion industry is navigated from global runways to retail. Thank you.
Thank you, Taz, for that. I'll look forward to seeing everyone's Instagram posts next year. Hopefully you guys took some tips there and will be looking very, very nice. Next up, we have the girl that's armed with a smile and always a to-do list. She is a lover of wine, but strictly on the weekends. Today, she'll be taking us through the dilemma of sticking to her diary. Please, maybe welcome Sarah Grania. Oh, Grania, sorry.
Thank you so much for that introduction, Tendai. I hope I can give you a few tips on how to organize your diary. So without further ado, let me set the scene. By a show of hands, how many of you in the past week have noticed something different against the walls of As Per Coffee while in a rush to place your standard order with Temba upstairs? Okay, so a few of you noticed these small yellow flowers, but as demonstrated, majority of you were so intensely concentrated on placing your morning coffee fix to kickstart the day before Di's 9 a.m. lecture that you unintentionally overlooked these additions hidden behind the barista. You see, in our fast-paced, routine-driven world, we often transform into creatures of habit, extremely well-oiled at ticking boxes and finishing tasks within the confines of time, to the degree that we risk missing out on the magic of spontaneity that is intertwined into the fabric of our everyday lives. We risk missing out on things that do not fall within our organized time slots or fall outside of our structured and rigid schedules. However, routine is a double-edged sword, offering both blessings and burdens to our existence. Routine is a sequence of actions performed regularly to bring about structure, order, and predictability to our often chaotic lives. It simplifies decision-making, alleviates thinking fatigue, and allows us to prioritize essential tasks over trivial ones. Routine, in all its structured glory, is a powerful force in our lives that brings about order and structure. But it is more than order. It is more than structure. It holds the power to guide, to manage, and to lead. But when this tool is pushed to its limits, it can transform into an inflexible fixation that brings about undesirable obsession to our existence. Routine can limit our flexibility and often hinder our ability to adapt to change, making life all too predictable. And when we grow too attached to these routines, we miss out on the unexpected excitement that brings joy to our everyday lives. Many of you will know that I'm strictly a 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. weekly kind of girl. I love to exercise in the morning, and I have a weird habit of putting on my right shoe before my left and taking off my left shoe before my right when I wind down in the evenings. I know what I want in life, and I'm extremely goal-orientated.
tending to always follow a straight line from point A to point B without any deviations. I love my calendar, and I will always have a set of highlighters, colored pens, Tipp-Ex, and a ruler within arm's reach. You will never catch me with a different coffee mug or a well-planned out dinner followed by a photo that evening. Bottom line is, I'm fiercely competitive with myself. I'm an all or nothing kind of person, and I've become so entrenched in my routine that it has begun to dominate my being, and sometimes hinders my ability to make quick and simple decisions in the moment. I tend to overanalyze things often, and even though this meticulous approach to life may make me seem like I have everything under control, it is imperative to recognize the point where routine begins to overstep its boundaries, becoming limiting and overly rigid. Last year, I entered a raffle at a foundation event, and to my shock, I won first prize, a fully inclusive domestic flight valid for a year. I spent excessive amounts of time umming and ahhing, weighing up the pros and cons as to when and where and if or not I should use it. Finally, just 3 days before the Rugby World Cup final kickoff, I put my finger on the button, and finally, I clicked confirm. At the time, I was in Joburg for my work placement learning. My parents were off to Paris for the final, and my sister was going to be away for the weekend. And of course, everyone in Cape Town was organizing huge plans for this significant occasion. It soon became blatantly obvious that I had no other option but to take the leap, click the ticket, and book the flight, because there was no ways I was watching history play out on my own at home on the couch. The atmosphere on that Saturday evening was electric, and the mood was flooded with excitement, accompanied with spontaneous screams and cheers from the room, an energy that will be engraved in my memory forever. 12-11. The scoreboard read as the final whistle blew. And yet again, the Bokke had done it, back to back and for the fourth time in history. On the 25th of October, I made an impulsive decision to embrace the moment. And even though Sunday's pace was slightly slower than usual and Monday's office challenges awaited me, I harbor not a single regret for committing without overthinking and seizing the opportunity. I have now reached a crucial point in my life where making and prioritizing decisions for the future is of utmost importance. To travel or to settle, to move or to stay, to work or to study. All I can tell you is that next year, my sister and I are moving to London and that I still don't have a plan for it. I haven't set out my routine or drawn out my schedule. My to-do list is still long and my boxes remain unticked. You may ask, why? Because I've never had to think further than my schedule, my plan, my well-illustrated and carefully drawn out routine. Life so far has been a path created and set by me and my own decisions. But now without the so-called set routine, I'm left feeling confused and constantly trying to make pros and cons lists while eliminating bad ideas and highlighting good ones. To truly live in the moment, we need to get good at letting go of concerns about the past and things that might happen in the future. Because thinking too much about what has happened before and what may still come robs us of today, the only thing that we are in full control over. 2023 appears to see routine at an all-time high, where busy is the most common answer to how are you, and we wear busyness like a piece of clothing, letting it define our sense of self and form our identity. So let us remember that life is not meant to be a routine. It is meant to be a symphony and not a metronome. It should run like clockwork and not like a stopwatch. It should be lived fully and not just simply endured. Life is a dynamic journey, and we are required to strike a balance between structure and spontaneity, ensuring our lives are filled with expected and unexpected moments that make life truly remarkable. It is about experiencing and cherishing the journey and savoring every moment along the way. So in this busy world, let us embrace the art of balance and try to occasionally break free from the rigidity of our everyday routines.
Let us say yes to adventure without overthinking. Let us follow our hearts instead of strict schedules. And finally, let us remember to always seek out life's yellow flowers, even if they're hidden behind the coffee barista.
Well done to Sarah for that. I definitely will be taking some tips. Don't worry, Di, Melissa, Peter, and Bernie, wherever you are. I'll be downloading that. So next up, we have my guy, the guy. A bit of a skeptic, big thinker, big feelings, but a great friend to all that know him. He's a bit odd, but he grows on you. Today, Guy will be speaking about a brave new 21st century world, and yeah, I don't know what else. So get up on your guzzles.
Thank you, Ten Dizzy, for that lovely introduction. Hi, everyone. So in Shakespeare's The Tempest, Miranda, the daughter of Prospero, lives her whole life on an island with her father in isolation from the rest of the world. She cries out these words, "O brave new world," upon seeing sailors arrive on the island for the first time. Shakespeare's words capture her excitement, but also her naivety upon experiencing civilized human life for the first time. Now we use these words, brave new world, upon entering a new situation we hold doubt over. The play closes off quite open-ended. Miranda and her father go back to the world, but we do not know whether they were able to adapt to civilized life. This brings me to a book I picked up this year, which I found on my grandpa's shelves. It's also called Brave New World. It was published in 1932 and references The Tempest. It reimagines Miranda as John, who has also not yet met modern civilization before. He returns back to the brave new world, but he returns to find a terrifying dystopian state. It is controlled by technology and conditions humans to enjoy a life of servitude. Huxley's novel warns us of the dangers of giving too much control to the technology we have created. He asks whether man was created to serve technology or technology created to serve man. And this is what I want to ask of ourselves today. Humanity has entered into many brave new worlds throughout history. In other words, breakthroughs that have completely changed the way we live. We have been building tools for a long time to help improve our lives. But there came a point where the technology we created changed how we lived. 10,000 years ago, some humans stopped moving around so much. They started domesticating animals, cultivating plants to become crops, and storing food year-round. This was the agricultural revolution. The first civilizations grew out of this in what is known as Mesopotamia, which is now Iraq and Egypt, and the Indus Valley in South Asia. These people shaped their environment to suit them. Then we jump to thousands of years later. Humans have discovered some alternative ways of generating energy, steam engine, and they've started making machines to do farm work for them. This means that labor is becoming less and less needed in the fields. Humans have also started trading goods around the world at a mass scale. This is the start of globalization and the first industrial revolution. Then 100 years later, these inventions become a catalyst for even more technology. We have electricity, mass production, labor division, the factory system, and the assembly line. We realize that if we split one job into smaller 10 ones done by 10 different people, we could become far more efficient. This is the second industrial revolution and brought huge economic growth to the world. Many new inventions replaced the use of hand tools, and it took the world from an agricultural and artisanal society to an industrial one. This also created the working classes that spawned huge political movements such as Marxism and spread around the world. Laborers fought for rights and the working hours and holidays that we use today. After a whirlwind of change that starts at the turn of the 20th century, you would think we needed a break. Turns out we were just getting started. Technology starts to look like what we call the tech industry today. This is the age of the Silicon Valley. We move from mechanical and analog to a digital revolution. Central to this is the mass production and widespread use of circuit chips and computers, and the birth of the internet. Economies shift away from traditional means of production to a completely globalized world run by information technology. And now, a fourth industrial revolution is being proposed. Where entire processes can become run at a machine-to-machine level without the need for any human intervention. A friend of mine who I play football with occasionally told me of a friend of his. Interesting story. He works for Takealot, and he has a few specific tasks that he has to do at work each day. This friend created a Python script that does 80% of his work for him. So now he comes into work, runs his code, and spends 80% of his time working on other projects, unknown to his employers, of course. Oh, brave new world. So through AI, genetic engineering, robotics, our world just gets braver and braver. We are experiencing technological growth at a rate that has never been seen before, and with no sight of it slowing down. What concerns me, though, is that throughout all of these major changes to our external environment in the last 10,000 years, humans have remained more or less biologically the same as we have for the last 200,000 years. So what is going to happen next? We have a rough idea. Almost half of all workers' core skills are expected to change in the next 5 years, and more tasks that were done by humans are being replaced by machines. This has the potential for major disruption and job displacement, similar to what we experienced at the turn of the 20th century. So how can we adapt? I believe the solution lies in the education system, a system that has not changed in the last 150 years. Our education is the time frame when our minds are at their most neuroplastic. Our younger years are when we take in the most from our external environment and internalize them. What we learn during this time will shape how we relate to the outside world for the rest of our lives. So one would think we need to learn how to use these technologies. Of course, we should master them and so we can control them so that they don't control us. But these technologies are evolving faster than with the rate in which we can learn them. Most of what we learn today will be irrelevant by 2050. We can't really stop the oncoming progress. As Huxley points out, when a new technology or invention comes into being, it just tends to be used. But we can change the way we think about it. The way we perceive it will influence how we shape it and use it. Historian Yuval Noah Harari claims that the last thing a teacher needs to give her pupil is more information. What is more important is the ability to make sense of information and to tell the difference between what is and what isn't important. And above all, to combine many bits of information into a broader picture of the world. We should be teaching the 4 C's: critical thinking, communication, collaboration, and creativity. This is what will give students the ability to be adaptable and resilient in the face of change. And this much has been made clear in the World Economic Forum's list of the top 10 skills of 2023. We can see that all these important cognitive and life skills come before technological literacy. These are the skills that can't be automated in the workplace. As a way of practicing these skills, I would like to offer up something of my own that I've taken from a humble Bachelor of Social Sciences degree. This is the power of discourse. Discourse is essentially a fancy word that encapsulates the spirit of debate. It is the free-flowing exchange and interchange of ideas and thoughts in an ongoing conversation, and it helps us make sense of the world we live in. Without the ability for discourse, we would find ourselves very lost and isolated from each other. In Huxley's novel, when John goes back to the brave new world, all he has is his knowledge of Shakespeare to help him make sense of his emotional response to the loss of humanity he sees. But he has no one else to engage with him. Everyone there in this world is perfectly content and has no need to question anything. So finally, I could never close off without the help of my good friend Neil. Neil tells us in his most epic fashion that when you know how to think, it will empower you far beyond those who only know what to think. Thank you.
Thank you, Gazels. Bit of a philosopher and historian there, hey? Should have become a teacher. Is it on? Yeah, okay. So that's the end of the session, everyone. Thank you all for coming and joining us. Obviously, big well done and thank you to our speakers. You guys can finally relax and start your December holidays. We're jealous. And then the next session starts at 1 o'clock. So please join us for that as well. And in the meantime, you guys can go up to the coffee shop and support Timber. And yeah, thanks for having me.
only for me. It's a race. Wow. I haven't listened to my hand making one. I'm sure it's yeah. I'm not. Yeah, but like really from here. Just not me. Thank you so much. And then do it. Yeah, that's okay. But that's just wonderful. Maybe just don't like it. Yeah. Not yet. You look gorgeous. Hi, sweetie. Same as you. Good luck, my friend. Our speakers are sitting here. Hello everyone, my name's Ashley. I'm going to be the MC for this next session, so get used to my voice and my urban accent. Exciting talks coming up, but I just want to go through a few house rules before we start. Make sure cell phones are on silent, try and stay seated throughout the whole session if you can. If you really do need to go do something outside, please make sure you wait for the current speaker to finish. Wait for them to finish before you come back in. Other than that, just enjoy. So first up, he loves a challenge and lives by one rule, that is choosing jungle gyms over ladders, because climbing ends up being you. So let's welcome Abby.
Thank you so much, Ash. What makes action-packed adventures so irresistible, despite their unrealistic nature? From classic Aston Martin to helicopters, motorbikes, and submarines, we get back to the excitement, finish our popcorn within the first few minutes. The movie theater, wanting to be more like 007. What is their secret? It's the power of storytelling. We become emotional. The power of narrative pulls us into this extravagant world, making us crave a piece. The Omega watch in the Bond films isn't just a timepiece. It's a symbol of sophistication and adventure. When Daniel Craig as Bond says, Omega, and Eva Green replies, beautiful, it's not just product placement. It's a connection to a world we yearn to be a part of. In No Time to Die, Omega's innovation is taken up a notch. They design a watch that perfectly aligns with the needs of 007. Through the story, we are able to imagine ourselves as Bond, living this aspirational life. That is why storytelling is so powerful. We watch, we feel, we desire. I'm amazed by the remarkable growth of the luxury industry and its resilience during difficult economic times. Universally, people are constantly leveling up, rung up in society. The luxury market isn't just thriving, it's in the fast lane, and it's being driven by the growing middle class worldwide. especially in countries like China, India, and Africa. As people increase their earning power, they crave luxury brands to signal their newfound success. This surge has given rise to the creation of more accessible luxury options and prompted established brands to pivot towards entry-level luxury. Meanwhile, the luxury landscape is shifting. People here are seeking understated elegance, trading flashy logos for a more discreet look. Despite economic concerns, the market is expected to keep rising. By 2030, it could reach between 530 to 570 billion euros, which is twice what it was in 2020. This signals industry where brands must focus on holistic consumer experiences, balance global exposure, iconic and timeless pieces. So what role does storytelling play in luxury brands and their marketing strategies? Luxury players have long relied on heritage and origin to convey value. In a world dominated by technology, they face a challenge of a lack of communication. These brands invest massive sums in real estate, design, and materials. However, the human touch is often overlooked, especially when it comes to building brand loyalty and nurturing lasting relationships with consumers. Traditional heritage is no longer enough. It does not resonate with the younger generations. To bridge this gap, storytelling is crucial. Correctly told, stories unlock a brand's power, fueling desire and a willingness to pay more. Luxury is about more than just products. It's about experiences and emotions. So who are the luxury players who've impressively taken the leap to connect with their consumer? Filmmaker Andrew Stanton's greatest story commandment is make me care, emotionally, intellectually, and aesthetically. In a study analyzing 9 luxury Swiss watch brands, each story begins with heritage, craftsmanship, and innovation, but then takes its own unique path. Progressive players introduce bold, more impactful themes. Have you ever seen a Rolex campaign? Rolex includes emotional, intellectual, and aesthetic elements. The brand has always had this knack for associating itself with historic world events, such as the race to the moon and the conquest of the deepest parts of the ocean. This started with the first waterproof watch. Mercedes Gleitz was the first British woman to cross the English Channel, and she did so wearing the Rolex Oyster. In recent decades, Rolex has turned to explorers who actively set out to preserve our natural world. They're not about flaunting status. They're about creating an emotional connection. They use stories of people wearing their watches in breathtaking settings and their achievements. This plays into the aesthetics of the brand. These stories inspire you to chase your own adventures, find your own extraordinary moments, and achieve your crown. Delivering inspiration and aspiration is crucial in luxury storytelling. A specialist in luxury brand marketing highlighted the Johnny Walker campaign, A Gentleman's Wager, as having successfully used storytelling to tap into the experience economy. At a time when Scotch was perceived as dusty, old-fashioned, and stuck in the old world of luxury, Johnny Walker set out to show that it understood the world of new luxury better than any other brand. So what magic ingredients does this compelling story have? Firstly, to transport us to another world, offering us an escape from reality. It begins with a promise. Much like a pebble in a slingshot propelling us forward. In Johnny Walker's case, the promise is, I'm going to win it from you with a dance. This tells the audience that the experience is going to be worth their time. Anticipation is created, stimulating your thoughts. Remember, the elements in their sequence play a vital role in engaging your audience. The film revolves around the simple pleasure of savoring a drink and engaging in meaningful conversation. Here, luxury is the richness of experiences. The audience is placed at the center of the story, where the characters go on a journey and benefit from the concept of having it all and yet yearning for self-improvement. Brands need to think about what makes their audience successful, both professionally and personally. Johnny Walker understood the progressive luxury consumer who lists time as their greatest luxury. The boat inspires you to undertake rare and transformative tasks. This reinforces the narrative that life should be lived with passion and purpose, aligning perfectly with Johnny Walker's brand ethos. When a brand understands its target consumer, it can craft messages that resonate by tapping into their passion points. This is the break through the clutter moment. The last campaign is that of Rolls-Royce Black Badge. It communicates a strong theme of space and highlights the necessary and functional details of the car. The campaign targeted a younger demographic, embracing rebellion and edginess. This bespoke creation effortlessly transports its passengers to the edge of space, where you're met with the Kármán line, an invisible boundary 62 miles above the Earth's surface, where our planet's atmosphere ends and outer space begins. That is why the collection is limited to 62 cars. Having a limited knowledge of cars myself, I found this campaign incredibly captivating. The brand's communication of the details of the design of the car really helped bring its story to life. This takes craftsmanship to a whole new level. The consumer feels as if they are physically in space, touching the rocks and craters on the moon's surface. Each brand has a powerful story that can be unlocked to show their relevance in the consumer's life. Whilst the power of storytelling is important and relevant to all brands, it is particularly critical for luxury brands to retain the human connection with their audience. The key to their success is crafting a brand story with intent, inspiration, a blend of message and emotion, leading with empathy. Finally, remember, make me care emotionally, intellectually, and aesthetically. Thank you.
Thanks, Abby. What a beautiful story. Next up, we have Sifiso, who's a man that applies the art of stoicism in every aspect of his life and has an absolute passion for music. Welcome.
Hi, everyone. Sorry. I'm from the hood where the hammers be, which means that I'm from the hood where there's a lot of violence, a lot of killings, hardly find inspiration, hardly find motivation. So I grew up in Guguletu. I've been involved in a lot of bad activities, which is one of them gangsterism. But one day my mother told me you're the only son that I have. So that day I decided to look at the mirror. My mother told me you're the only son, and then I'm the only son she has. So I decided to change my life. I stopped the bad activities, decided to do the good things, but that was back maybe 12 years back. I'm pretty old. Okay, last year, I was waiting for my father. My father didn't arrive at home, for 3 days. So I went out to look out for him. Then I found my father just here in this, what do you call this? It's, I'm not sure, I forgot it. Sorry. But I found my father here. He was already dead. So the following year, I'm about to come in red and yellow. So now, every time I come here, I always get some flashbacks that if your father was here, you found the father after 5 days here. So that I'm someone who always try to balance my emotions, and I don't do things with emotions. So I always do my best, not like to be controlled by emotions. I try with all I have not to be controlled by emotions. And also I coming here every day, meeting different people, being like in different groups, like struggling. I wanted to quit, but I told myself, I remember why I started. So it is very important sometimes to connect with yourself. Before other people tell you something about you, you must already know it. You know, if someone tells you you're beautiful, you must already know that. If someone tells you like you are good at something, you must already know that, so that you can be able to improve at something. If you don't know, and if you are not connecting with yourself, you don't know yourself, you don't know your abilities, you don't know the things that you can do, it's easy for people to bring you down. It's easy for you to not go forward. So this is like my artwork back like in say 3 years back. So it's very sad that like I no longer do drawings now, you know, because like we're focusing too much on passion rather than talent. So this is my passion, which is like it's a bad thing to focus on a passion rather than talent. People that I was drawing with them back in the days, like they're at another level right now, you know. So if I had to focus to my talent, I would also been far by now. But I decided to focus on my passion, which is the wrong thing. No. So I have to balance things, have to focus both your talent and your passion. Okay, this is my concept that I always apply in life. So for someone who's online, who might not see it, I'll read it. The stoicism concept. This involves not only accepting but loving all the events in life as they contribute to a personal development and the unfolding of one's destiny. I love this concept because it helped me a lot in terms of in many situations, you know, because like I accept things the way they are. If I cannot change something, I cannot change it. The aim is to go forward and finish what I started in whatever is happening. I'm not so well in words, so I try my best. Like I'm not good in standing in front of people. I'm always nervous all the time. But I learned that this year, like you have to be bold and try to stand in front of people because you're gonna present in the industry. So that's one of the things that I learned here, and I appreciate it from the lectures. It kept on pushing me. It feels so you have to raise your voice. It feels so you have to push. But when I'm sitting there, I hear other people, I feel like I can speak louder than you. But I'm confused why they say I'm speaking too soft. But I hear people who speak the same way I speak. Okay, I want to do this with you. Engosi means Engosi kakhulu.
Thank you so much, Sifiso, for sharing with us. Next up, we have Amy, who is an incredibly dynamic individual who stands really proudly at 4'11". What she lacks in height, she makes up for with passion, personality, and absolute sass. Welcome, Amy.
Thank you, Ash. Good afternoon to my red and yellow lecturers, fellow Max students, and all the guests that have so kindly joined us here today, online and in person. My name is Amy, and if you haven't already read in your programs, I'm here to tell you about how a journey through self-discovery and personal growth help oneself build a deeper connection with themselves, as well as in turn rediscover what it means to be empathetic. Imagine this. It's a hot summer's day. There's the smell of flame-grilled burgers in the air. You're sat against the iconic cow print couches. There's the sounds of kids screaming in the background and an iconic birthday song beginning. You guessed it, you're in spirit. So, you're unluckily sat in the kids' face paint section, but you're able to overhear a conversation between some kids in line. A young boy, let's call him Kyle, and his friends are in line to get Spider-Man painted all over his face. Kyle's face is sprinkled with freckles, and he stands a full head shorter than the rest of all of his friends. An older boy, ahead of Kyle in the line, turns around, taps all his friends, and laughs. Where's all the paint even supposed to go? There's no space on your face for paint. You're coincidentally sat in the booth parallel to Kyle's grandma. Kyle runs to his gran, wipes his tears, runs to his gran. His gran wipes his tears, consoles him, and says, "No, man, I love your freckles. When I was younger, all I ever wanted were freckles." Kyle looks up to his gran and asks, "Really?" She says, "Yes, I bet you can't even think of anything prettier than freckles." Kyle stops for a moment, pauses, and thinks. He looks back up at his gran and says, "Wrinkles." Before I delve deeper into the larger concept that is empathy, I wanted to give you a little background on me. I grew up in a small mining town called Carletonville, and before the ripe age of 10, we moved down to KZN. I went to Glen Ashley Primary School, and I attended Danville Park Girls High School, where I matriculated. From there, I decided that I wanted to leave the nest, and I headed over to Stellenbosch University to study a BA in social dynamics. I majored in psychology and sociology, and somehow managed to graduate within the 3 years. I was able to gain a deeper understanding and insight into the human mind and how it works, and how that affected our behavior. I was also able to gain a deeper understanding into what mental illnesses were and how it affected lives. But, yes, there's a but. My understanding of it completely changed the moment I was faced with the reality that I struggled with anxiety and depression myself. And in order for it to not negatively affect my life, I had to start antidepressants. But I'm not here to tell you about my sob story, so let's just skip to the end. On my journey through self-discovery and learning more about myself and learning more and understanding more about my illness, I learned to be more open-minded and mindful of what others could possibly be going through around me. Could this have given me the ability to be more empathetic? To answer that, we have to delve deeper into what empathy actually means. Empathy, as a larger concept, has several definitions from a psychological and philosophical perspective. But all in all, empathy is the respectful understanding of what another is experiencing. Our world is experiencing an empathy crisis. With a continuously growing and developing world, we as people are losing the ability to be empathetic. With the increased use of social media, people and kids today are getting too caught up in the me, and the instant gratification that technology offers us. When growing up, we learn empathy through social cues, facial expressions, body language, when we can actually see the physical pain that someone is experiencing. We are losing that visual feedback behind our screens. According to an educational journal by the College Institute of Healthcare Professionals, it was reported that there had been a 40% decline in empathy amongst university students in society today. How they were able to deduce a percentage is a mystery to me. But with that, there's been a growing concern about the confusion between empathy and sympathy. As I said earlier, empathy is the understanding of what another person is experiencing, whereas sympathy is the acknowledgement of another's pain and providing them with comfort. The thing with empathy that gets complicated is, firstly, it's an ability, so it's learned and it takes time. Secondly, how empathetic a person is based on their personal experiences, personality, background, and upbringing. So the chances of you being empathetic towards someone that has experienced something similar to you is a lot higher than if you hadn't. Sympathy, in fact, is more an act of feeling bad or sorry for another person. Empathy is deeper. It's about feeling with someone. When you are empathetic, you are sharing an emotional burden. You are perspective taking, recognizing emotion, and staying out of judgment. Empathy is a choice. Now, with that said, we're dealing with a lot these days. I mean, a global pandemic, political uncertainty, unemployment issues, petrol costs, inflation, university, internships, and I mean those last 10 minutes of that rugby final game. The list goes on and on. My point is that we're presented with a variety of external factors and stresses, traumatic events, as well as a variety of personal challenges and issues. Like it's no wonder we're all exhausted and have absolutely no energy to care. This is actually called empathy fatigue. Empathy fatigue is a major risk for healthcare workers especially, but for us, it's a defense mechanism. Empathy fatigue is your body's way of telling you that you need to take a step back. For the purpose of this presentation, I released a survey to my fellow peers surrounding the topics of mental illness and empathy. When I asked if empathy had helped them with their mental illness, they answered that yes, it had. But at times, it hinder my mental health progress as I feel others' pain. I have found that empathy exasperated my mental health. It has been more a matter of learning how to manage my empathy and set boundaries. As I said before, empathy fatigue is your body's way of telling you that you need to take a break and take a step back. These people could have been experiencing an empathy fatigue. When people do not give themselves the well-needed break and rest that they need, they're at risk of prolonging these bad side effects, as well as putting themselves at higher risk of slipping into a depression. The fact that empathy fatigue could slip into a depression scared me. So I turned to Google and asked Google what the current mental state of South Africa looked like. According to the Wits Medical Council, 25.7% of all South Africans are depressed. That means that 1 in 4 people walking around in South Africa today are potentially depressed. To put that into perspective, 25.7% of 59.3 million, the current population of South Africa, equals to 15.2 million. To put that into further perspective, that is equal to 273 at-capacity DHL stadiums. In my survey, I asked a variety of questions, and out of everyone that had answered in my survey, they had all answered yes, that they had witnessed someone close to them struggle with mental illness. 58% reported that they had struggled with mental illnesses themselves. 52% reported that they have been on medication, such as antidepressants or anti-anxiety medication. And of that, 57% have said that they have been on that said medication for more than 2 years. So basically, everyone is out here struggling. Our mental health has a huge impact on how we relate to others, deal with stress, and our ability to live a fulfilling life. Now you must be thinking, okay, Amy, where do we go from here? Although we're in an empathy decline, we can only go up from here. The recognition and the acceptance of it is the first step towards that. Empathy is a superpower that activates kindness, and kindness has the power to resolve conflict. Because empathy is an ability, being in an empathy fatigue does not mean that you'll be like that forever. And in fact, putting empathy into practice is as easy as following 3 simple steps and a little grit. Step 1, become self-aware. Acknowledging what you're going through will make it easier to accept it in others. Step 2, see similarities in others. Seeing similarities will bring you closer to that person and prevent the creation of mental barriers. Step 3, listen. Listening is not giving advice, justifying yourself, explaining, or interrupting. But, as Simon Sinek once said, listening is hearing what is not said. Most of us here strive to be the most empathetic we can be to our friends and loved ones, but might actually find ourselves being guilty of maybe being more sympathetic. I know that I definitely am. I wanted to show you all a video today that coincidentally comes from one of my favorite animation movies, wherein the difference between being sympathetic versus empathetic is perfectly demonstrated, and the skill of empathetic listening is portrayed. All of this is a lot easier said than done. As I said before, it takes effort and it takes grit. It is both a blessing and a curse to be able to feel so deeply and be able to take on another person's pain. If I am to leave you with anything today, I hope that it is with the deeper understanding that empathy is the action of feeling with someone, and a quote to leave you by: 7 billion people experience today differently. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Amy. I think we can definitely all take a page out of the empathy textbook for sure. Next up, we have Kelsey, who explains she's just out here trying to make it day by day. Personally, I think you're doing great, sweetie, and I can't hear what you have to say. Can't wait to hear what you have to say.
Did you really like the Barbie movie? Controversial question, I know, but I feel like the discourse that surrounds the movie has become a lot more divided than it was in the beginning. Or at least this is what I'm seeing on my TikTok/YouTube feed. And this is important, what I'm seeing on my feed and what I'm exposed on a daily basis as I scroll, because I, like so many, give into the common consensus online. Maybe it's because I doubt my opinion, maybe it's because I feel like my opinion is wrong, or maybe it's because I don't want to seem uneducated on the topic. So I give in and take on the opinion of the group as it appears online or in reality. In my MacLive talk, I'll be unpacking groupthink, how it impacts us, and why I asked such a controversial question in the beginning. Did you really like the Barbie movie? So what is groupthink? Groupthink is an idea coined by social psychologist Irving Janis in 1972. Groupthink is a psychological phenomenon in which people strive for consensus within a group. Groupthink occurs when the outlook of individuals in a group becomes similar, so much so that they lose their ability to think creatively in decision-making. This creates an environment of conformity, as individuals feel like they cannot challenge the group's perspective, feeling uncomfortable going against the norm. In some instances, individuals set aside their own perspectives, taking on the opinion of the group. If you're like me, you immediately thought this sounds a lot like peer pressure. So I Googled the difference, and according to the first answer that came up by Quora, a popular Q&A platform, I'd say the essential difference is that in peer pressure, the group is pressuring an individual to do something they wouldn't otherwise do, while in groupthink, the individual is failing to think for themselves. So when I'm scrolling on TikTok or Instagram and being inundated with movie and series reviews, the latest fashion trends, and various other information, I sometimes fail to apply critical thinking to the content I encounter. This can lead to a tendency to conform to the popular opinion, contributing to groupthink. So what are the common causes of groupthink? Everyone wants to feel as though they belong within a group. Our brains are wired to find the people we belong with. We all want to feel accepted by others and seek approval consciously and unconsciously. One way in which to do this is to find a commonality between yourselves and the group. Creating a strong shared identity within a group, this, however, can lead to group bias. Everyone wants, This doesn't mean that disagreement doesn't occur, rather that it is less common. For example, if one member of the group were to express their like for a particular series, other members who also like it will agree, leaving those who haven't seen it or like it to stay silent. When groups continue these dynamics, over time, the group members will express more These decisions being made in isolation. Outside thoughts or opinions are incorporated into decision-making. The absence of criticism can lead to the illusion of group immunity and morality. And finally, individuals will often set aside their own viewpoints, opting to align with the persuasive influence of a charismatic leader or those we view as having prestige or influence. But how does this link to social media? So social scientists from Northwestern University describe how the misalignment between the objective of social media algorithms designed to boost user engagement and functions of human psychology can lead to the increased polarization and misinformation. In other words, the media we consume on social media platforms are given to us by an algorithm that collects our user data and then feeds us content based on our likes, shares, and comments. In other words, the social media algorithm matches users with content that suits their interests. I think it's important to note that the algorithm functions as librarians, sorting and connecting users with their preferences. This prevents overwhelming users with endless content and helps them to find what they like faster. Algorithms enable users to uncover valuable posts, connect with like-minded individuals, and explore their interests. The danger of this is that the algorithm allows for the effortless congregation of like-minded individuals, intensifying this natural behavior for finding a group. Consequently, creating an echo chamber where their perspectives are constantly affirmed and opposing views are seldom encountered or considered. This phenomenon extends beyond just opinions and can significantly impact various aspects of our lives. An illustrative example of this is the way social media platforms have shaped consumer behavior, such as in vaping. I think this is a little bit more controversial, but anyway. I'm sure you have heard how it was a healthy alternative to smoking when it first appeared on the market, providing nicotine-addicted individuals with a method to help slowly wean themselves off cigarettes. However, it's essential to consider the historical context. In 2013, a group of researchers came together to discuss discuss is important, the potential harm of e-cigarettes. And in a paper published in 2014, the authors rated the maximum harm of e-cigarettes at only 4%. It is important to note that at the time, the knowledge surrounding the potential harm of e-cigarettes was minimal. And although it has since been debunked, it continues to influence people's thinking. While this example of vaping provides a stark illustration of how groupthink can influence individual behavior, it is important to recognize that not all instances are as clear-cut as health-related decisions. Shifting our focus to subtler influences, like the fashion trends we see on social media, platforms like Instagram and TikTok have become dynamic spaces where aesthetic and style are curated, showcased, and admired. In this environment, the lines between personal preference and group conformity are at times blurred. With the rise of influencers as trendsetters, fashion cycles have adopted a pattern of introduction, peak, decline, and unfashionableness. This accelerated trend cycle means that most fashion trends have a fleeting existence, lasting only a few months from their initial debut to being shoved to the back of the closet. When these trendy items go viral on social media, their admirers don't merely draw inspiration, rather display a collective desire to own the exact items they see. This desire to conform to the group's preferences, driven by the influence of social media and influencers, illustrates how groupthink can shape individual behavior even in the realm of fashion. Much like fashion trends, our opinions can be influenced by the collective power of popular opinion. The influence of groupthink plays a pivotal role in shaping how we perceive and choose the movies we watch. When a particular movie or series gains widespread attention, people are more inclined to watch it, to be a part of the conversation and feel a part of the cultural zeitgeist. And so they may adjust their choices and opinions to align with the group, even if it doesn't reflect their own personal taste. So this leads me back to my question, did you really like the Barbie movie? Thank you.
Thanks so much, Kelsey. I know I personally went to go watch the Barbie movie as an excuse to wear pink. Next up, we have Unati. She is one of the most passionate and expressive people I've ever met. She is so enthusiastic, has an absolute zest for life, and I can't wait to hear her take on radical acceptance.
Good afternoon to all. Amy. As Ash has already introduced myself, my name is Unati Mdolamba, and I'll be speaking about radical acceptance. So, what is radical acceptance? So, radical acceptance is the belief that once you accept situations that are outside your control, you reduce yourself from suffering from them. So, this leads into one to ask yourself, what does that mean? But let's dive deep into this notion. It's giving that it has Buddhism elements within it, but also there's a psychological paradigm within that. So when it comes to the Buddhism elements of it all, is that psychological acceptance is more of that, the belief is more that the causing of the pain does not necessarily come from the pain in itself, but it comes from the attachment of pain. So when it comes to the Buddhism elements, it's more like it believes in acceptance and mindfulness. Acceptance when it means that you need to detach yourself from the pain so that you can allow more things to happen in your life. But then you have to ask yourself, what do you mean by detaching yourself from the pain? So it's more of like pain causes us to be triggered by something that has traumatized ourselves from a very other young age, or things just happen by. So when it comes to that, it's more of us to allow ourselves to immerse ourselves into that pain. But I'll get to that in a moment. But then we need to look into the psychological paradigm of what radical acceptance is. So through Dr. Leanne's work, she coined what radical acceptance is. So she coined it through this whole concept called dialectic behavior therapy. But dialectic behavior therapy is modified because it used to be called cognitive behavioral therapy. Here, it was used to kind of assist people with borderline disability or disorders, personality disorder, I mean. So with that being said, it used to look into mindfulness, emotional regulation, distress tolerance, interpersonal effectiveness. So through this, we see in modern day life that these elements are used when you go to therapy to assist either in anxiety, trauma, depression, and etc. As I said, I think I'll share this as we go on, but walk with me here. So, what is radical acceptance? Let me start by saying this quote. Perhaps the biggest tragedy of our lives is that freedom is possible, but yet each day we listen to our inner voices to keep our lives small. But actually, what does that mean? So, radical acceptance is the practice in which we accept our emotions, thoughts, and circumstances, basically to kind of take away the illusion that we can control pain, we can control our lives. However, to radically accept, it means that we need to be there in that reality, whether that reality causes pain or discomfort. I think this is best contextualized by this video. Sorry.
So, are you able to remain creative in the midst of the pain?
Yes. Really? Yes, and that has come from both medicine, therapy, dialectical behavioral therapy, cognitive therapy,
DBT therapy,
DBT therapy, yes. And also, it's come through something that I learned through DBT, which is called radical acceptance. I am sitting here with arguably the most powerful woman on the planet. And I have radically accepted that I will put my shame in a box all the way over there and make it very small. And say to myself, I have mental health issues. I take a lot of medication to stay on board. And I'm a survivor. And I'm living and I'm thriving and I'm strong. And I'm going to take all my life experiences and I'm going to share them with the world and create a better place.
Sorry. So with that being said, radical acceptance is the willingness to experience ourselves and our lives as it is. As it has been shown through Lady Gaga, is that radical acceptance is not something that is extreme. It's extreme in the sense that we have to immerse ourselves in pain, but it's a process. It doesn't happen, it's dynamic. It happens through different phases. There's no memo within it. It's more you doing what makes you feel best at it. But also, it's more of also wanting to live a healthier life. But I'll dive into that. So, what is the relationship between trauma and pain? So I want to start off with this quote. The only difficult journey is the one that you don't start. Prior, I already said, pain is something that you feel. But when you feel something, it's linked to triggering some sort of event that had happened in the past, in which that becomes trauma. So how to best explain this is that 2 weeks ago, I went to a friend's birthday event that was happening in Kwalanga. So everyone was having fun, and I was just sitting there. Not saying that I wasn't having fun, but I was just sitting there observing everyone. Then I found myself thinking that, there are a lot of ways that could orchestrate my suicide here. Then I was like, whoa, where did that thought come in? I think also it comes in that this year I was feeling very dysphoric. Not necessarily depressed. The reason as to why I don't want to say depressed, I feel like there are other things that come within it that I don't understand. So I say dysphoric because I was very much low. I was in my own thoughts. So when I had that idea, I was like, whoa, it's time to take a step back. Where did that come from in my own life? Then I thought that actually, no, I think I might be a bit depressed in the sense that I've always felt like I'm overcompensating for something. So when I was in this space, it's more of like because I was so attached to that and also ignoring it, minimizing it whenever I have time, I never got to deal with it. So now it comes in very much odd times of my life. So I decided, you know what, it's time that I get a life coach. I tried therapy. I think I went to therapy because the core root of everything that I was feeling was from an emotional abuse that I got from my sperm donor at some point in time. But I think it's more of like I started the journey. That's what matters. And yes, it may not have been earlier, but better late than never. And as I said, and I think as Abby said, it's more of like it's easier said than done, and it's a journey, as I said. But then it's time for us to go to growth. A friend of mine once said, "Don't be afraid of living a healthy life." So that came in a conversation of me stating that I think I'm a coward because I'm afraid to face the pain that comes with me reliving certain events that have happened. I think I'm also afraid of the future because I think there's a version of myself that I want for myself. But in order for me to obtain it, there's certain things that I need to deal with. But I think also in me looking into a life coach and me going to a life coach, it showcases that there's an element of growth. But with that growth, it needs to be excruciating. I need to dive down into what has happened. So I remember a friend also saying that immersing yourself in your pain so that once you leave a situation, remember your past, but also be excited for the future, as you had to go through certain situations to grow and become the best version of you. So I think all in all, what radical acceptance tries to do is that to become the greatest version of you and to also be a very healthy person, not a toxic person, you need to relieve all the pain and the trauma that you have experienced in order for you to see what's next, to be able to look forward to life. Yes, it's easier said than done, because sometimes you really don't want to go through that. You really don't want to experience that. But as time goes on, you'll see at the end, it's nice. It's giving The Alchemist. But with that being said, this was me speaking about radical acceptance, and thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Unati, for sharing with us. Next, we have Emily Crow, who is a timely, absurdly optimistic 22-year-old who believes in kind gestures and good intentions and how they go a long way, which aligns perfectly with what she'll be speaking about today. Thanks, Emily.
Thanks for the introduction, Ash. And good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I firstly just wanted to say that I thought it was very mean of the lecturers to put me in the afternoon, so I waited in nervous anticipation for this all day. But anyway, here I go. Today I want to speak to you about something that I feel very passionate about, and it is the power of a positive mindset. It's been a big driving force throughout my life, and I've been able to have first-hand experience of the benefits that it's created. So I'm hoping I can open up a whole new world of positivity for you all. But first, I want you all to sit here and consider your preconceived ideas surrounding positivity. So if I were to tell you all to be positive right now, how would it make you feel? Would it excite you, bore you, irritate you? Whatever feelings that may arise, I want you to sit here with them, put them aside, and take a listen. Why? Because it's not only relevant to you all, but beneficial. There's a common misunderstanding surrounding positive thinking, as the idea of positivity has almost become negative due to the various responses that can be generated. When approaching this topic, it isn't always done with sensitivity, causing people to feel mixed emotions. It can be encouraging, motivating, or it can make people feel pressured or uncomfortable. This happens when people feel like their emotions are being invalidated, highlighting the need for empathy to make sure positivity has its intended positive effects. When going around and asking people what a positive mindset meant to them, the most common response was to believe in positive outcomes. And this isn't wrong. But what people often don't realize is that it doesn't mean to just constantly smile all the time or to ignore negative emotions. Having a positive mindset means learning to respond and not react to life's challenges. enhancing our control over our attitude in the face of whatever comes our way. One thing to remember is that we can't always control our moods or thoughts that pop into our head, but we can choose how we handle them. And on top of that, it's about choosing to see the best in people, viewing both the world around us and ourselves in positive light. Happiness and positivity are often placed in the same boat, but as a matter of fact, they're quite different. As happy feelings will only last so long, and that's because, like any emotion, they're transitory. Whereas positivity, on the other hand, is an attitude and a way we look at life. So you can embrace this no matter the difficult situation you find yourself in. But I'm going to share a story as to why happiness maybe shouldn't be our final destination. Each holiday, I fly back home, and on these flights, I'm that annoying passenger that chats to the person next to me. And on my most recent flight, I was actually sat next to a psychiatrist, so I had to take this opportunity to chat to him about my topic. And the one thing that I found interesting that he said was that happiness shouldn't be our end goal. And I was taken aback by this, and it was a very pessimistic view. But after sitting with it for a while, I realized that if we focus our attentions on something that is temporary, we'll never feel like we've arrived at anything. It's sending us on a never-ending journey. So, what does having a positive mindset actually look like? It means to have acceptance, optimism, gratitude, resilience, integrity, consciousness, empathy, and mindfulness. I don't know about you, but I'd love to be described with any of these respectful qualities. But the reason why I wanted to put them up here is that it doesn't mean to simply have a smile mask. It takes effort and requires you to put emphasis on certain characteristics, like these, and we all have them within us. We just need to learn how to embrace them. To shine some light on our beautiful country, especially since our big deserved win in the Rugby World Cup, is that we're actually pretty high on the happiness scale, in contrast to what Amy was saying on the other side of the stat. But despite all of the challenges that we deal with that she brought to light, we're still ranked 85 out of 195 countries on the happiness scale, which shows the power of a positive mindset, as people are still able to choose to feel happy despite the challenges that they face in life. Another thing that we can benefit from with positivity is the self-fulfilling prophecy. This is when our expectations can influence our behaviors, ultimately making those beliefs come true. In other words, our beliefs will come true just because we act as if they already are. This is where the idea of placebo, or fake it till you make it, comes into play. But unfortunately, this can go both ways, as you can bring in positive emotions or negative emotions. In order to cultivate positive thinking over negative thinking, there's a practical model that we can use, which is called the ABC plus DE model, which is a tool used in cognitive behavioral therapy. First, we have adversity, which is where you identify the challenge that you're facing. Then we have beliefs, which is where you identify your thoughts about this difficult situation. And consequences, which are the feelings that arise. Disputation is the positive alternative that you then generate. And then energization is the difference that you notice between the two perspectives. So, what's the point of it all? Well, it's because it can change your life and everyone else's around you. To name some of the benefits, I've listed them here. It can extend your lifespan, bolster your resilience to illness, improve cardiovascular health, reduce risk of depression, elevate psychological and physical well-being, broaden thought action repertories, and it's crazy to think that this can all be simply impacted just by our attitude towards life. Now I'm going to briefly dive into the fascinating world of the brain, as I'm sure lots of these benefits were hard to believe. But our brains are actually incredibly adaptable. Having a positive mindset can actually reshape our neural pathways, which means the power to transform our lives lies within our brains. So we need to be careful with the thoughts, feelings, and perceptions in which that we feed it. So to take a look at the psychological factors, I want to touch on positive psychology, which is, in technical terms, is the study of what makes life worth living. It is important due to the abundance of research done on what is wrong with us, as I'm sure many of you turn to Dr. Google whenever anything is slightly wrong with you. Positive psychology focuses on our character strengths and behaviors, allowing us to move past simply trying to survive, but rather to flourish. On the topic of success, while also taking into account humility, my dad actually mentioned a quote just before me coming to speak. And initially I said no because I was nervous and didn't want to change anything, but realized that it was actually quite relevant. And this is from Dr. Imtiaz Suleiman, the founder of the Gift of the Givers. And he says, you cannot rise above by pushing others down around you. You can only truly rise by bringing others up with you. And the same applies to the success of positive thinking, as you not only have to be kind to yourself, but also those around you. And on that note, I also wanted to share with you my quiet determination to change the world through one small act of kindness at a time. Imagine a world where we all embraced a positive mindset. We can do this through encouraging self-reflection, allowing us to transcend all life challenges that get thrown at us, and be a catalyst for change, and creating a ripple effect on a society that has evolved by being a product of its environment. So now we're flipping the coin by letting our inner world impact our outer world. And to end off in the words of Gary Player, a man who also believes that positivity is the key to success. And this is to arm yourself with the most powerful weapon known to man, optimism.
Thanks so much, Em. Last but definitely not least, we have Lindsay. Lindsay loves sunset chasing and a good old prom walk. Chocolate is one of the biggest parts of her everyday life. Please welcome Lindsay, especially because today is her birthday.
Thank you so much, Ash. Let's embark on a journey about chocolate. Most of my first memories involve chocolate, so it's no doubt that my fascination for this indulgent treat started at a very young age. This was me on Easter morning of 2004 in chocolate heaven. And to be honest, I have my mum to both blame and thank for the crazy obsession that I have for chocolate. Thanks, Mom. I grew up drinking water, not juice, and having bread without butter. But my mum made up for that with chocolate. There was always chocolate in the house for us to enjoy. And I fondly remember my mum throwing mini bar ones to me saying, if you catch it, you can have it. Needless to say, my hand-eye coordination improved very quickly. Chocolate has gone through the most remarkable journey to get to what it is today. It dates back to 1500 BC, a time where cacao seeds held so much value they were used as a currency. Chocolate was first discovered by the Olmec in Mesoamerica, which is known as Mexico today. The Olmecs used chocolate in their sacred ceremonies as they believed chocolate was a form of power and remedy. Years later, in the ancient rainforests of the Mayan civilization, a very unique chocolate drink was born. They mixed the cacao seeds with water, cornmeal, and chili. This drink was so special, they considered it to be a gift from the gods. In 1528, this treasured recipe made its way to Spain. However, the Spanish preferred a sweeter taste, so they mixed the cacao with sugar and honey. They kept this beverage a close-guarded secret for almost a century before sharing it with the rest of Europe. During this time, chocolate was a symbol of wealth and luxury that was exclusively savored by aristocrats for its decadence and health benefits. In 1828, everything changed. The chocolate press was invented, which allowed for cocoa powder to be extracted from cacao beans. This powder, when mixed with liquids and poured into molds, solidified into the edible chocolate bars we know and love today. This innovation marked the beginning of the chocolate revolution, making chocolate more accessible across the globe. Chocolate plays a significant role in every occasion. It is a universal symbol of indulgence and comfort that brings people together. From the heart-shaped chocolates on Valentine's Day to the foil-wrapped Easter bunnies and Father Christmases, chocolate is a silent witness to countless memories and celebrations throughout the year. Chocolate is a birthday present staple, and a chocolate birthday cake invites loved ones to share in its rich and decadent layers. When you're invited to a dinner party,
gifting the host with a box of chocolates is not just a thank you gift, but a shared promise of future gatherings and ongoing friendship. During trying times and on days when you're feeling low, a chocolate is commonly consumed as a pick-me-up. On Mother's Day and Father's Day, chocolate serves as a sweet token of appreciation and is a way to say thank you with a taste that's sure to bring a smile. Certain chocolate brands portray a notion of luxury and exclusivity. For most consumers, Lindt is perceived as the epitome of luxury, as it conveys a sense of sophistication. Ferrero Rocher, with its golden wrapper, feels too precious for everyday consumption, and instead is saved for special occasions or to make a statement of high regard. An interesting fact is that the Ferrero family is the richest family in Italy. This is largely accredited to the invention of their famous Nutella, which is known and loved by families around the world. Toblerone's distinctive triangular pieces and majestic packaging suggest that it is an out-of-the-ordinary treat, and one that is usually reserved for gifting. After 8 mints, with their delectable flavor, have become a famous treat to conclude an evening well spent. The festive season is a time where people often indulge in more luxurious treats, making quality street chocolates a quintessential part of the Christmas experience. Everybody has their favorite among the delightful assortment, adding to the holiday cheer. Chocolate is not just reserved for special occasions, it plays a huge role in everyday life as well. Chocolates like Kit Kats and Bar Ones, among others, are often a go-to during an afternoon slump. Whispers, Smarties, and Astros have become synonymous with movie treats at the cinema. And who can forget about Peppermint Crisp? It's the key ingredient in a very typical South African dessert. Indeed, chocolate is not just a sweet treat. It's a medium through which we express our feelings, share joy, and offer comfort. It's a testament to how something so small and simple can play such a significant role in our lives, marking each occasion with a flavor that's as rich and diverse as everyday moments. Philip Kotler, who is referred to as the father of modern marketing, emphasized that marketing fundamentally revolves around persuasion. This approach is particularly crucial in the context of chocolate marketing, where differentiating one's product in a saturated market is key. Marketing in this realm is about more than just promoting a product. It's about forging an emotional connection with the consumer. In chocolate marketing, this means creating narratives that resonate. For example, to portray chocolate as a symbol of indulgence, love, or celebration. Persuasive techniques in chocolate marketing include appealing descriptions, attractive packaging, and strategic placement. Emphasizing ethical practices such as sustainability and fair trade will sway consumers to value and support these aspects. Kotler's view highlights the importance of messaging that connects emotionally, rationally, and ethically with consumers, ultimately guiding their preferences and actions. In chocolate marketing, this translates to building a brand experience that is compelling enough to not only drive sales, but foster brand loyalty. Brand salience refers to how prominently a brand is considered and recognized in a purchasing situation. It is a critical component of mental availability, particularly in the realm of impulse purchases like chocolate, as it affects the consumer choice. Salience is all about the quality and quantity of the network of memories consumers have surrounding a brand. For chocolate brands, achieving high salience means that consumers are more likely to consider a brand in a variety of consumption occasions. For example, when seeking comfort food or a gift. Brands often roll out impressive marketing campaigns, build memorable themes or characters, and create distinctive packaging to increase brand salience. Chocolate brands with high salience have achieved recognition and strong favorable associations that come to a consumer's mind, differentiating it from competitors. In essence, brand salience enhances mental availability by ensuring that a brand is top of mind in the moments that matter most for purchase decisions. When combined with broad, physical availability, strong brand salience ensures that a chocolate brand is not only present on many store shelves, but the first that comes to mind. For many years, we've watched brands like Cadbury, Nestle, Lindt, Ferrero, and many others achieve brand salience through the powerful narrative of their marketing campaigns. So, what does chocolate mean to me? Chocolate is an integral part of my life, and it transforms ordinary moments into something so much brighter. I find myself drawn to the catchy slogans of chocolate brands, like have a break, have a Kit Kat. These clever slogans truly resonate with me and confirm my philosophy that chocolate is more than a sweet treat. It's an experience, a break from routine, and a small celebration in the midst of everyday life. As a self-proclaimed chocoholic, my passion for this confection goes beyond its taste. I meticulously check the manufacturing date on every chocolate I buy. For me, the freshness of chocolate matters immensely. It's the difference between merely eating and truly savoring it. My attention to detail in chocolate selection is a testament to my belief that only the freshest chocolate is worth indulging in, as every bite of chocolate should be a cherished moment. As we reflect on the journey of chocolate, from its rich history to its undeniable place in our hearts and lives, we recognize how it transcends mere taste. Chocolate is a universal language of love, comfort, and celebration. It allows us to create unforgettable memories, making it so much more than just a confectionery. Through the ages, marketers have harnessed this magic and have crafted messages that resonate with the emotions provoked by chocolate. So, let's remember chocolate's power to connect us, bring joy into our lives, and keep celebrating that chocolate truly does make the world go round.
For those of you that don't know what to get Lindsay for her birthday, I'll give you a clue.
for the DSM-5 was actually around. And for those of you who aren't familiar, the DSM-5 is a diagnostic statistical manual widely used to diagnose all different types of mental illnesses by their symptoms and their criteria. So the earliest historical description of eating disorders dates back all the way to 300 BCE, following the 12th to the 17th century. Now, these eras are more representative of a self-imposed starvation, usually for acts of protest to achieve a high sense of consciousness and even religious reasons. The 20th century, we see a shift in the reasons as to why people restricted food, a concerning shift. And in the 21st century, there is a whole new ball game, and the culprit being social media. So in the last 5 years, the prevalence of eating disorders have more than doubled, going from 3.4% to a 7.8%. And the average age of a diagnosed eating disorder has dropped by 2 years, making the average age now only 15 years old. So on this graph, you can see a percentage of children and teens who attended medical professional help presenting with symptoms from these 3 types of mental illnesses: eating disorders, depressive disorder, and acts of self-harm. And as you can see, the eating disorder was the highest in percentage increase, sitting at 107.4%. And it's important to note that in the year 2020, it had the highest spike. So the pandemic happened in 2020, as we all know, and lockdown resulted in an increase of engagement in social media, especially among teens and young adults. And this increased engagement on social media, as well as an increased rise of diagnosed eating disorder, is definitely no coincidence. A meta-analysis of 25 studies involving female subjects examined the effect of body exposure when viewing images of thin-framed skinny models. And the effect was found that body image was significantly more negative when viewing these images rather than when viewing models of the average size, plus-size models, and even arbitrary objects. And this effect was found to be stronger in women younger than the age of 19 years old. So take an average 15-year-old girl scrolling through Instagram or TikTok, and this is generally what her feed may look like. So as you can see, a lot of these images contain extremely thin models. And I just want to read some of the quotes that appear here. One of them says, "If my thighs aren't touching, I'm not done yet. I eat for the body I want and not the body I have." And the scariest one for me is, "Nothing tastes as good as skinny feels." So Instagram is inundated with a pervasive culture that idealizes thinness, and this phenomenon is referred to as thinspo. The content on Instagram perpetuates the misleading narrative that being skinny is equated to being happy. This portrayal reinforces harmful stereotypes, suggesting that achieving a certain type of body is a way to feel fulfilled in life. So these videos are examples of videos that are trending on Instagram and TikTok at the moment, and they commence with the creators showcasing their bodies, which is a direct correlation between what they eat and what they look like. The videos are usually followed by showing these types of meals, which are, as you can see, like on that side, it's a bowl of ice with salt and pepper. And they use aesthetic effects, which are used in the videos to make extreme dietary practices seem normal and desirable. Sorry, diet. Exit.
Yeah, it does look like that. I don't think the drift's frozen because this is wet. Yeah, it's all. Okay, that's going. Can you try the next one? Okay.
Okay. Sorry about that. So there is a reason that this topic lies so close to my heart, and it's actually because at one part of my life, I became a victim to the toxicity and the toxic side of social media. And at the young age of only 16, I was diagnosed with anorexia, and I battled this really tough journey for over 6 years. I was blessed enough to be one of very few to come out on the other side. And I do know that these mental illnesses are extremely complex, but when I look back and reflect on my journey, one thing's for sure is that I can say that social media definitely had a role to play in my illness. So what is the solution? Well, I'm no medical professional, but I would like to offer some advice on how we can work together to avoid becoming victims. First and most importantly is self-awareness. So always be aware when scrolling, and I would suggest having an impersonal perspective when using social media. This really helps with you to not compare yourself to others. Second is start the conversation. It's not an easy conversation, but it is an extremely important one. And just starting in small groups such as friends and family and educating your young children on the topic is definitely a good start. And then last but not least is just to be okay with yourself. Believe me, I know how difficult it is to just radically love yourself. It's really not an easy thing. But just beginning to accept yourself, who you are with your flaws, is a way to start, just self-acceptance. So let's come together to change the narrative, and let's start taking steps to move away from a generation who is constantly fed of distorted beauty standards and starved of what it means to be content with oneself. And always remember, you are loved.
Thank you so much, Emily, for sharing that with us and just opening up about your experience. So our next speaker, I'm actually surprised he's actually in class today. He'll be taking us on a journey on the fascinating world of algorithm and machine learning. He will be exploring on how they can offer a more accurate portrayal of our true selves. Ladies and gentlemen, Luthando Gonjani.
Good afternoon, everyone. Sorry. Okay, just before I start off, my name is Luthando. I think some of you do know me. Those of you who don't, the parents, hi. If anything, this is our last presentation, and one thing that I've learned this year is that I am a chronic procrastinator. I can say this because when I was researching for this, there was a time when I spent 20 minutes watching a video about procrastination because I was avoiding procrastinating doing this. But yeah, that's something that I'm definitely going to work on. But today I just want to have a chat with you guys about AI, the big bad AI. Is anyone a fan of AI in the house? Okay, anyone like ChatGPT? Okay. Okay, just to start it off, I'm going to start it off by just focusing mainly on basically self-discovery. So I have a quote here that says, "It is our greatest struggle and duty to uncover who we are, because it will help us with uncovering our purpose, and we can only achieve our greatest success and most rewarding milestones once we do that." So my chat today will focus mainly on self-discovery and how AI or machine learning can assist us in sort of getting closer to discovering ourselves. To kick it off, what is self-discovery? So there's a very popular book by James Clear, which is called Atomic Habits. This book is one that I really enjoyed at a time when I was really trying to learn some good habits. And there's a quote that I really enjoyed in the book. And it says, every action you take is a vote for the type of person you wish to become. No single instance will transform your beliefs, but as your votes build up, so does the evidence of your new identity. So basically what's being said here is that if we can try to focus on who self is and answering that question, it's essentially a pattern that you build throughout your life. So it's basically putting in these votes every day that make up who you are and make up the character of who you are. So yeah. Now when we move on to focus on exactly what patterns are. So a pattern is something that you do repetitively. It's something that you do regularly. So a nice example is if you cook a nice dish once, it doesn't make you a good cook. But if you do cook a nice dish 8 times out of 10, then you become a good cook. So building those patterns is really the foundation of building self-discovery and sort of and building self. Okay, so now how does this all tie into machine learning and AI? So it's probably been about 20 years now that we've been in the digital age where we got introduced into social media, this mainly being your Instagram, your TikToks recently. All of this functions with algorithms and machine learning. So if you've ever wondered why is it that your TikTok is giving you all of this content that you absolutely love, yet your cousin is getting a completely different feed from you, that's because of machine learning. And so in the last 20 years, there's been a heavy focus from these companies to really retain your interest. And that's the core of machine learning, is trying to retain your interest and your attention for as long as possible. And they know that the best way to do that is to tap into the parts of you that you maybe aren't even aware of, the interests that you maybe haven't even really uncovered about yourself. But they tap into those interests to make sure that they keep you actually glued into the screen. Okay, so defining machine learning. In simple terms, it's a study of patterns. So essentially what happens is that you will go on Instagram, you'll go on TikTok, you'll start to do something, and then as you're doing that thing, it'll start to study those patterns. So how long are you watching a video? Are you liking a video? How often do you actually spend, how much time are you spending looking at that video? That then starts to build a pattern. So they start to build a profile of who you are. So they start to say, oh, this person likes this, likes that. Oh, they're probably this type of person. They probably enjoy this. And at the end of the day, they have a profile of your digital profile of who you are, what you like, probably the people around you and all your friends and family, because they also share information. So if you, let's say, I don't know, we always have a joke that says they're listening. But basically where you have a conversation with your friend about something, then a day later it pops up on your feed and you're just like, what's happening? But that's usually because through the interaction of like sharing information, they start to build profiles and they start to then use that information to feed you certain information that builds more and more of who you are in terms of the digital space. And so if I could put it in a simple term, okay, an algorithm basically is all those patterns that have been built, they start to then, basically an algorithm just gives you the feed. So they start feeding you content that is similar to whatever profile that they've built. So a simple, I guess, process that we can look at is that there's an input, there's a process, there's an output. So there's you putting in an action, then there's machine learning, creating a pattern, then there's the algorithm throwing out content to you, right? And so if you can bring this back to self-discovery, we look at you behaving as you behave, and then self being the behavior that you do on a repetitive basis, often every day, and then lastly would be an expression of self. So whatever pattern that you've built, you start to express it. That's what we see. We don't see the pattern that you're building, however, we do see the expression of that pattern that you've built. Okay, so it's just a more complicated version of that, basically. Okay, and so as I'm wrapping it up, there's a quote by Kevin Joy, who is a strategic planner, quite heavy in the industry. It says, AI, particularly machine learning, has the potential to act like a digital psychologist, helping us uncover these unconscious processes. It's like having Sherlock Holmes of the mind, using data instead of magnifying glasses to uncover hidden truths. So when we speak about this, there are certain biases that we hold about ourselves that we don't give ourselves permission to be certain people. So there are things about you that maybe when you're on your feed on Instagram or when you're on TikTok, there are things that you align with, things that maybe people who are doing things that you yourself have dreamed about, or things that you feel like align with your character. However, you have biases about yourself that say, maybe because I come from a certain community, maybe because I grew up a certain way, I don't have easy access to these things. Yet you can sit and sort of consume them and enjoy them as content. But in essence, everything that you are consuming is in some way, shape, or form a reflection of who you are and the interests that you have. We are not always conscious of that because this is happening subconsciously. So a lot of these things, we aren't even conscious to say that we actually know that this is something I'm interested in. But the fact that you're spending so much time in that space is an indication that that is something of interest. And so I say all of this just to say AI is not all that bad. Imagine a world where young people, children, could really discover their passion at a very young age, because that becomes a distinct difference between you going through your life for 50 years trying to figure yourself out, as opposed to figuring it out in your teenagers and in your teenage years and really working hard and making sure that you actually do something purposeful, something that you really resonate with. So there's a lot of potential within AI to really look at ourselves, even as we stroll, to really discover more of who we are. Notice what is it that we're actually consuming. Notice what it is that we're taking in. This will be an indication not only of ourselves, but the people around us. And that can help us to become closer and closer to our true selves. And in that way, we can become better contributions to society because we'll be more in touch with ourselves and our purpose. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Luthando. That was actually very, very educational. I'm actually going to go and pay attention to when I'm scrolling, what am I actually looking at, honestly. Okay, so this next topic, I was really moved when I just read like a little piece about it. And I haven't even heard the full story yet. So our speaker is a child of 3. She's the only girl. She grew up with a huge bond with her father. As you get older, like most people, take for granted that they will always have a parental shadow, someone to look up to. When you almost lose a parent, do you realize that life is not certain and our parents aren't permanent? Ladies and gentlemen, Julie Cook.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I hope you're enjoying the talks as much as I am today. But yeah, so my name is Juliana Cook, but today we are here to talk about my dad, Howard Cook, otherwise known as the man with 9 lives. So to start us off, we will need to go back to before it all began. My grandmother's side of the family left Britain in 1848, immigrating to South Africa, where her great-grandfather became the first chaplain of bishops. My grandfather's side immigrated in 1929. My great-grandfather, Jack, who you can see behind me holding my dad. My dad was born in 1955 in a small town called Beaufort West and later moved to Cape Town in 1958. He was born second to his older brother, Richard, with a short 18 months between them, and soon they were 3. My dad became the infamous middle child when his younger sister, Alison, was born. There is a wide stereotype to those that are the middle child, consistently getting up to mischief and madness, which I think my dad definitely lived up to. From turning his little sister's pram into a go-kart that went hurtling into oncoming traffic, to building mud pies in the treehouse he built and partaking in what he would call friendly neighborly battles, where mud pies were used as ammunition. As a young boy of 7, he even bought a packet of radish seeds, a story that's very famous in my family, planted them in the back garden, raced upstairs to his bedroom and made a sign saying, "Radishes for sale," which he immediately stuck on the front gate. A bit premature, of course, but the entrepreneurial spirit was always there. He attended Bishop's Primary School and then later moved on to the secondary school, where he graduated at the age of 17. His schooling years were filled with fond memories of very boyish behavior and stories that will forever be told around the dinner table, or when his schoolmates had their annual reunion, which you can see behind me is their 50-year reunion with a bunch of silver foxes living their goldies oldies. My dad was one for always living life adventurously. From his time in the army to university, he consistently had projects and adventures to live out. As a boy of 14, he built a canoe that paddled down the Berg River with one of his friends, And by his late 20s, he upgraded to building a fully functioning yacht which sailed around the coastline of South Africa. As a young adult, his life still called for adventure though. And in 1995, he moved to Hungary with a growing family and 2 young sons, where he worked at a beer brewery, which I think is pretty lekker for the weekends, between 1995 and 1999, making a trip to Russia for 6 months at the end of those 4 years. With his boundless humor and clearly very good looks, he inevitably attracted a wide group of friends, which he still remains in contact with till this day. In August of 2000, he married my mum, forming an incredibly strong union, which I'm so proud to look up to as my sole role models, who I'm lucky enough to call my parents. I don't think you can get a better union than a British South African and a Hungarian fiery, feisty woman. And by 2001, he had me, finalizing what he likes to call his 3 musketeers. My oldest, Matthew, born in 1987, Gregory, who's actually sitting in the back, the middle child, in 1993, and me, the late Lamaki, in 2001. Following suit in his own sibling dynamic, all 3 of us look up to him as a strong father figure who has been there throughout our entire lives. In 2007, our family made the move to Qatar. And for some of you who might not know where or what that is, it is a small island-like peninsula in the Arabian Gulf, which at the time had one of the world's largest reserves of petroleum and natural gas. You can see a little pinpoint, we're in South Africa, and we moved up way, way north. In 2007, the rising demand for natural gas propelled the economy to new heights in the first decade of the 21st century and provided funds for Qatar's efforts to lift itself from relative obscurity to a position of greater prominence in the Middle East. My dad was offered a position at a water company known as Rayan Water. In a book he wrote about our 7 years in this very strange and different country, he describes his first meeting with the chairman as follows. Our meeting was more focused and businesslike. There were no pleasantries apart from a nod of the head. I have a water company called Rayan. Rayan means good water, and it's the name for one of the gates of paradise. I started it in 1984. The water comes from the wells at my farm, and it is the only bottled natural water from Qatar. You are to make a study of it, and after 3 months, you will advise me on whether I should sell it or if we should improve its performance. After 3, almost 4 long years, my dad was able to turn the business around, earning profit margins that had not yet been seen within the water markets in Qatar. Our time in Qatar was enduring, to say the least, but as a family, we made the best of it. From overnight trips on the beaches for birthdays to meeting an incredible group of South African expats who love to braai, the 8 years became bearable with fond memories to look back on. My dad has always been known as an adventurer, an outdoor enthusiast, if you want to say that, and a man with a great respect for the mountains that fill this world. Summiting 3 of the world's peaks, including Aconcagua in 2005, Kilimanjaro with my 2 brothers in 2009, as well as Elbrus. In the year of 2010, after months of preparing and training, my dad was set to attempt the tallest mountain in the world, Mount Everest. Everest is the highest of the Himalayan mountains, and at 8,850 meters is considered the highest point on Earth. Climbing Mount Everest was a dream of my dad's. With a sponsor at his back and a support system of family and friends, he felt ready to attempt it. However, it is a dangerous undertaking. Climbing Everest requires a lot of experience mountaineering elsewhere, as well as a certificate of good health, equipment, and a trained Nepalese guide. The snow and ice on the mountain create deadly hazards like avalanches, and there is only a limited climbing season due to the bad weather conditions. But perhaps the biggest danger is the altitude. Most climbers are not accustomed to the high altitude and low oxygen levels and rely on bottled oxygen, with over 330 people having died attempting to reach the summit, that number only including the bodies that have been found. The number 1 rule that any experienced mountaineer knows is to always climb high and sleep low. The idea is to expose the body gradually to higher and higher altitudes, forcing it to adjust, and then returning back down to sleep and recuperate at an altitude that the body has already gotten used to. His journey started off well. In the book that he wrote, he reflects on his first few climbs. I climbed strongly as usual, but on the return got left far behind. I am not strong at descending, I knew that, but I felt strangely fagged out, listless, and weak, using ski poles to support wobbly knees. Eventually, he decided to stay behind and miss out on the upcoming ascent. But the following morning, he woke up with weakened muscles, barely able to squeeze toothpaste out of a toothpaste tube. Realizing that something was definitely not right, he had an emergency evacuation on April 5th back to Kathmandu, where multiple tests were taken. In an email he wrote to my oldest brother, he explained how the initial shivering cold attacks took him by surprise because he had never experienced acute mountain sickness before. An American doctor who he had met on his travels and expressed her belief that my dad had experienced either rickettsia or a rather exotic sounding infection called chikungunya, which affects the nervous system. If there's one thing I know about my dad is that he greatly respects, above all most, it is the makings of this world and the natural creations that surround each and every one of us. In December 2011, 20 months later, he took 2 weeks of holiday to go back and make peace with the mountain and made it to base camp in a record 3 days, 5,364 meters above sea level. So before we jump into this next chapter, I thought I'd cover some fun and interesting topics. Facts about tractors, which many of you might not know. It all makes sense in a minute. Tractors are the cause of around 50% of deaths of farm workers in South Africa, and worldwide, at least 170,000 agricultural workers are fatally injured each year. In the early summer months of 2016, my father had a near-fatal tractor accident during our harvest season. The accident resulted in an elongated coma, multiple resuscitations, and months of rehab. When asked about his experience, he remembers very little about the accident in itself, but instead reflects on the solitude of the hospital room where he lay for months. In the moments of darkness and silence, he became nostalgic about his life up until this point, the importance of family and the strength of faith, all elements that allowed for his undying perseverance. Without the generosity and support of our family, my dad would not be here today. He won the 1% odds and does so every day. At the end of my matric year, my mom decided the best financial decision for both her and my father would be to move to Germany, where she would become a project manager at the European National Bank. She moved to Frankfurt for a probationary period, and my father followed in pursuit 6 months later after fighting for a repatriation flight in the midst of the COVID-19 pandemic. They are both currently actually watching from the other side of the world, so I just want to say a quick hi, and I love you. Throughout their 3, almost 4 years, my dad has consistently shown interest in yet again another new country with a new culture and new people, even starting up his own little project, fully renovating a van to be livable. I truly believe that my dad still has more than just 9 lives to be lived. But for now, his 9th will be to continuously support his family as he has always done, to watch his children succeed in life and follow their adventurous hearts. He hopes to forever see his family happy and to continue starting little side projects, which I will admit absolutely drive my mother insane. And eventually, he will move back to South Africa, the place he calls home, and see his own children start their own families. My grandmother, Nani, always said that my dad needed a backup team of people who could support his exciting and sometimes, yes, unrealistic ideas, someone to dot the I's and cross the T's. Naturally, his spirit and enthusiasm always drew people in, surrounding him with endless laughter, a feeling of adventure, and excitement for what life had in stock. Even when some essential detail was overlooked, he'd make a plan and deal with the consequences one way or another. I hope to live my life the same way in which he did, and always will continue to do, filled with family, love, an adventurous spirit, and never-ending perseverance. Because even when the rain pours, and yes, it sometimes pours, a rainbow is always on the other side. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Julie. It's a very emotional thing. Won't say more. Sokushin Buchu, hope I pronounced it right, is a quest to achieve the inner Buddha in one's body through self-mummification. Our speaker will answer the what, the why, and how you can obtain your inner Buddha. Tasvir Desai, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you for the introduction. So my name is Tasvir Desai, and today I'll be taking you through Sokushin Bitsu, the Millionaire, and the Inner Buddha. So starting with Sokushin Bitsu's number 1. So ladies and gentlemen, today I would like to share with you a fascinating story that takes us to the mountainous northern prefecture of Yamagata in Japan, a place where a group of Buddhist monks of the Shingon sect embarked on an extraordinary journey towards self-mummification. In a climate that's far from ideal for mummification, with humid and steamy summers, these monks found a means to mummify themselves through arduous training in the shadow of a particularly sacred hill. At least 17 monks between the years 1081 and 1903 achieved this remarkable feat, with the possibility that many others have not been found. The inspiration came from Kukai, a 9th century monk who later became known as the Kobudashi and established the eccentric Shingon school of Buddhism in 806. Kukai did not die a normal death, but rather entered a deep state of Nyojo, which would last for roughly 5.6 million years, according to 11th century hieroglyphs. It was believed that he would later on return to Earth to guide future souls into Nirvana. In 1081, a man named Shijin attempted to follow in Kukai's path into Nyojo, but when his followers went to collect his body, decay already set in. Mokiki Gaijo is a diet which literally translates to tree-eating training and is a key essential part of the 2 to 3 year preparation before entering Nyojo. This diet restricts followers to foraging for nuts, buds, tree roots, and possibly berries, tree barks, and pine needles on the mountain for 1,000 days. The time not spent foraging is spent in deep meditation on the mountain. The strict diet eliminates the body fat, muscle, and moisture, effectively stopping post-mortem decomposition. To prepare themselves spiritually for Nyojo, most monks completed 2 to 3 cycles of the 1,000-day diet. And on the 3rd cycle, monks would abstain from all foods and only drink from a small cup of salt water daily for the next 100 days. Some believe that the followers consumed tea made from the bark of the Toxidrondron vernaculum tree, which would hasten their demise and render their bodies less welcoming to decomposition, bacteria, and parasites. When a monk was near death, their followers would lower them into a pine box, deep pit surrounded by charcoal, with a bamboo air hole in the lid, and bury them alive. The monks would then meditate in complete darkness for the remaining of the days and ring the bell to signify the presence. When the bell stops ringing, 1,000 days later, the monk's body would be exhumed and examined for decay. If no signs were found, they were considered to be a genuine Soka Shimbitsu and were enshrined. The last Soka Shimbitsu was a monk named Bukai in 1903. Today, there are a total of 16 Soka Shimbitsus still in existence in Japan, 13 of which are located in the Tohaku region. One of the most well-preserved is a man named Shinuyaka, who enrolled in Nyojo in 1783 at the age of 96. Ritually, the elaborate robes of Shinuyaka are replaced every 6 years, with the old robes being cut into tiny square pieces and placed in silk pouches with testimonials of their miraculous effects. The story of self-mummification is a testament to the incredible dedication and spiritual discipline of these monks who sought to transcend the boundaries of life and death, ultimately leaving us a remarkable legacy of human achievement. It shows us the boundless human spirit and the strengths of spirituality can have on one's person. This brings us to part 2, which is a story that I would like to share.
Yesterday is history. Tomorrow is a mystery, but today is a gift. That is why it is called the present.
To the mind that is still, the whole universe surrenders. Law 2. So once upon a time, in a small village in the mountainous regions of Yamagata, Japan, there lived a young man named Kenji. Kenji grew up in an abusive household where his mother had been his only solace. Kenji's mom had to go through many hardships in order to protect Kenji from his abusive father. Their life was marked with constant poverty, and Kenji's mother had to work tirelessly to make ends meet, often sacrificing her own well-being for her son's future. She had dreams of a better life for him, far away from the shadows of their painful past. As Kenji grew older, he became increasingly determined to fulfill his mother's dream and escape the cycle of suffering they had endured. He was a bright, ambitious young man, and his mother's unwavering love and support fueled his aspirations. He would study late at night and often work odd jobs, saving every penny he had in order to make a success of himself. Years passed, and Kenji's relentless pursuit of success eventually led him to the bustling city of Tokyo. With hard work and dedication, he climbed the corporate ladder and achieved his dream of becoming a millionaire. His life had transformed, and he had finally broken free from the shackles of poverty. However, success came at a price. Kenji's newfound wealth brought relentless, endless business meetings and a never-ending stream of work-related demands. In the midst of his rapid ascent, he became disconnected from the very source of his strength and inspiration, his mother. One fateful day, as Kenji was in a crucial business meeting, his phone rang insistently. It was his mother calling from a hospital in Yamagata, her voice frail and weak. She needed Kenji's presence by her side, but Kenji was too busy to answer the call. Hours turned into days, and Kenji's phone lay silent and untouched. When he finally returned the call, it was too late. His mother had already passed away, and leaving Kenji was overwhelmed with guilt and regrets. The news of his mother's death shook him to his core. He realized that in pursuit of his wealth and success, he had lost sight of the values and lessons of his mother and that had taught him. Kenji's heart was heavy with sorrow and yearned to find the meaning in the midst of his loss. That's when he heard about the remarkable story of the Soka Shimbutsu, the self-mummifying monks of Yamagata. Their story of inner serenity, peace, and resilience resonated deeply with Kenji. In their journey, he saw the potential to transform his own life. Kenji decided to step away from the relentless pursuit of his career, seeking a path that would lead him to inner peace, fulfillment, and a sense of purpose. He began a journey of introspection and self-discovery, reconnecting with the values and teachings of his mother. As he let go of material possessions and focused on his inner growth, Kenji discovered that the lessons of the Soka Shimbutsu were indeed true and relevant to modern life. His mother's legacy, the monk's wisdom, and the pursuit of a meaningful existence became his guiding light. In time, Kenji found a way to give back to his community, to help those who are like him, who had faced adversity. He established a foundation in his mother's memory, supporting underprivileged families and offering educational opportunities to children who need a better chance at life. Kenji's life had become full circle. He had learned the invaluable lessons of commitment, introspection, purpose, and resilience. And he had found a way to honor his mother's legacy. In doing so, he discovered a great sense of peace and fulfillment that any amount of wealth could provide. So this is a brief overview of Kenji's story from the past to the future. And then this brings us to 3, the inner monk.
Let's finish this.
So Soka Shimbutsu is first and foremost a lesson in the value of commitment and dedication. Soka Shimbutsu serves as a reminder that sustained commitment and sacrifice are frequently necessary for true fulfillment. Furthermore, Soka Shimbutsu demonstrates the necessity and inner serenity and self-awareness. Finally, Soka Shimbutsu imparts the lesson about fortitude and the strength of the human soul. In conclusion, Soka Shimbutsu may appear to be a thing of the past due to its rigorous methods and commitment, but its lessons are surprisingly relevant to modern life as it serves as a reminder of the importance of dedication, introspection, and the search for purpose and the resilience of the human spirit. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Taz. Okay, guys, we're at the last stretch. We're almost done. Before we get into our next speaker, I'd like just everyone to stand up, please. I would just like you guys just to stretch a bit. You guys are looking quite dead. Even Gabriela's falling asleep here in front. Just to stretch a bit, please. All right, guys, you guys can sit down whenever. Thanks. Sorry, this is a bit small. Have you ever wondered why we are constantly chasing more, even when we are right where we always dreamt we would be. Our next speaker will be diving into the pursuit of happiness, that it's a journey without a final destination. Megan Tayton, everyone.
Have you ever wondered why we as humans are always on the hunt for something more? It's a question that often crosses our minds, whether it's in our relationships, our jobs, our pursuit of knowledge, or that never-ending chase for the elusive pot of gold. The truth is, it seems we're just never satisfied with where we are, who we are, or where we're going. The pursuit of happiness is like a road trip with no clear destination. We make pit stops along the way, but there's no finish line. Our relentless pursuit of happiness is ingrained into our culture and hardwired into our DNA. We're wired to constantly want more, whether it's more stuff, more achievements, more experiences, or just a deeper sense of fulfillment. The centermost desire of every human being is to be, at the end of the day, happy. So I asked 100 people how they reacted when they achieved or received something that they thought would make them happier. Only 22% of people said that they were satisfied when they achieved or received, and a scary 77.8% of people said that they wanted to seek more and were not satisfied. So everyone has this constant state of happiness, regardless of who you are. This happiness goes up when you achieve or obtain something, but can just as easily go down when something negative happens to you. The impact of these positives and negatives will vary according to their significance. So let's delve a bit deeper into the fascinating world of dopamine and rewards and look at the concept of the hedonic treadmill. Dopamine is a neurotransmitter that plays a pivotal role in our brain's pleasure and reward systems. When we accomplish something significant, or even when we just anticipate a positive outcome, our brain releases a dose of dopamine, which makes us feel happy and motivated. It's like a pat on the back from your brain, encouraging you to keep doing what you're doing. Dopamine acts as this biological reward mechanism, which compels us to pursue activities and goals that are beneficial to our survival and our well-being. What's really cool about dopamine is it's just not about external rewards, like buying a fancy car or getting a promotion. It's also about the internal rewards, like the satisfaction you get from mastering a new skill or solving a tough problem. So it's this versatile chemical that pushes us to explore, learn, and achieve in various aspects of our lives. But here's where it gets quite interesting. Enter the hedonic treadmill. This theory suggests that as we accumulate more experiences, more possessions, and more achievements, our baseline for this happiness shifts. In simpler terms, what used to make us super happy and satisfied doesn't quite cut it anymore. So we end up needing more stuff, big accomplishments to experience that same level of satisfaction. It's like running on a treadmill that keeps getting faster, but you never really reach the finish line. It's why even after achieving our goals or acquiring more stuff, we find ourselves wanting more. Understanding how dopamine works and the concept of the hedonic treadmill is crucial in figuring out why we're always in the pursuit of something better. It sheds light on why it's so tough to find lasting happiness, even when we seem to be achieving our goals or accumulating more things. In our contemporary world, the role of social media cannot be overlooked when discussing the pursuit of happiness and our ceaseless desire for more. Social media platforms have become ubiquitous, and they play a significant role in shaping our perceptions and aspirations. While they connect us with a vast online community and offer glimpses into the lives of others, they also contribute to the ever-present comparison culture. The carefully curated highlight reels on our screens often leading to feelings of inadequacy and longing for what others seem to have. This constant exposure to seemingly perfect lives, filtered through the lens of social media, fuels our insatiable desire for more, in terms of possessions and experiences. It's a double-edged sword, you see, providing us with the illusion of connection, while simultaneously intensifying our pursuit of external validation and the quest for this idealized version of happiness. Therefore, it's essential to navigate the world of social media mindfully, recognizing that true contentment often emerges from within and is not contingent upon external validations and virtual comparisons. Now the question arises, is this insatiable desire for more and our pursuit of happiness a recent phenomenon, or is it deeply ingrained into our evolutionary history? While it's challenging to pinpoint the precise origins of these traits, there are some intriguing theories and insights from the fields of psychology, anthropology, and evolutionary biology that shed light on this matter. One theory suggests that our relentless pursuit of happiness and success and the accumulation of resources can be traced back to our evolutionary ancestors. Throughout the course of human evolution, those individuals who displayed this go-getter behavior and had a relentless drive had distinct advantages. The strive for success and the pursuit of basic resources like shelter, water, food, or even our partners could provide a significant edge in the struggle for survival. In hunter-gatherer societies, those who were skilled at hunting and foraging were more likely to secure essential resources for themselves and their families. This ability to gather and accumulate resources ensured their survival and the well-being of them and their offspring. Over time, these traits could have been passed on and become more prevalent in the human gene pool through natural selection, as individuals with these tendencies tended to pass them on to future generations. This drive for more could also be linked to our ancestors' ability to adapt and innovate, seeking new sources of food, developing better tools, and exploring new territories may have been pivotal in ensuring our ancestors' survival and eventual dominance as a species. The pursuit of happiness in a primal sense might have been an essential aspect of our survival strategy. Furthermore, in the context of social evolution, individuals who excelled in leadership and resource acquisition were often seen as more attractive mates. The social selection for power and success could have been further reinforced these traits in the human population over time, but it's important to note that in our modern environment and culture have significantly evolved from this ancestral one, and the pursuit of happiness now takes various forms, extending beyond just the basic necessities for survival. Today, we seek fulfillment in complex ways, including personal and professional achievements, intellectual growth, and emotional satisfaction. However, this fundamental drive for more may have had its roots in our distant past. On the flip side, we can't ignore the role of social media, social comparison at society in large in fueling our appetite for more. As social creatures, we possess a natural tendency to compare ourselves to others. We live in a world where success and happiness are often linked to material possessions and social status, which creates a constant pressure to keep up with or surpass our peers. Our insatiable desire often stems from the gap that we perceive between our lives and the lives of those around us. This comparison-driven pursuit can push us to set and chase new goals, strive for better conditions, and continually evaluate and adjust our lives to achieve a greater sense of joy and contentment. Now, you've probably seen and heard the saying, the grass is always greener on the other side. While I firmly believe that the grass is greener where you water it, there is something profound to be said that recognizing when a change is in order. This age-old saying reflects a timeless truth about human nature, but it doesn't quite tell the whole story. I posed this question to various individuals, and the responses that I received were truly enlightening. Some concurred with the notion that the grass is indeed greener on the other side, acknowledging the attraction of the unknown and the promise of something better that's just beyond reach. However, others brought forth different perspectives that challenge the wisdom of constantly seeking this external validation and comparison. They shared thoughts such as, the grass may be greener, but it's not my grass, which encapsulates the idea that external improvements may not align with one's personal goals, values, or desires. For some, the idea of someone else's greener grass may not resonate with their own authentic aspirations, leading them to prioritize nurturing and tending to their own unique lawn. Another thought-provoking response was, take care of your own grass, emphasizing the importance of self-care, self-improvement, and personal growth. This perspective highlights that happiness and contentment often stem from within and nourishing our own lives rather than endlessly comparing ourselves to others. Then there's the perspective that aligns with my belief, the grass is greener where you water it. This viewpoint highlights the power of intention and effort in making our own situations better. It suggests that investing time and energy into what we already have can lead to a deeper sense of fulfillment and happiness. Collectively, these responses revealed a nuanced understanding of the human psyche. While it's natural to be drawn to the allure of the greener grass, a profound wisdom emerges from recognizing that the pursuit of happiness is not solely about constantly chasing external validations and making comparison. True happiness often resides within, nurtured by self-awareness, self-care, and the conscious decision to invest in one's own life. So whether it's a result of our evolutionary history or our brain's intricate reward system, the constant search for happiness and something better is deeply embedded in our human nature. It's not about desiring the pursuit of happiness, but rather understanding the mechanisms at play and finding a way to make the journey a fulfilling one. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Megan. So our next speaker, she's a young 24-year-old girlie who has faced and overcome many challenges and adversities, drawing strength from her personal mantra, Be your unique kind of excellence. Please welcome Thandiswa Sihlobo. Working up here. My name is Thandiswa, as introduced. Please consider yourselves already greeted. So I would like to start off my conversation, or rather topic, with a quote from Simon Sinek. How do you explain when things do not go as we assume? Or better, how do you explain where others are able to achieve things that seem to defy all assumptions? Well, it is a question that invites us to embark on a remarkable journey, one that we're about to undertake together, to explore the extraordinary power residing within each one of us, waiting to be harnessed. And that is unlocking the power within by exploring the extraordinary potential in our stories. So this power has the potential to transform our lives and the world around us. So it all begins with a profound understanding of the intricate web of our personal stories, the journey of our experiences, the impactful relationships we've built, and the ever-present influence of our culture. So when these elements intertwine, they weave our narrative identity, the story we tell ourselves about our lives. So it is also important to consider that one of the toughest parts about starting something new is getting the courage to take the first step. We've all been there. One moment we feel excited, and then the next, the voices inside our head creeps up to silence our passions. But this internal struggle is the clash of our unique narratives, shaped by our experiences, beliefs, and the world around us. Some stories are marked by triumphs and moments of glory, while others may be colored by trials and setbacks. So meet me. The greatest fear or limitation has been and is failure. Since a young age, I have struggled with self-doubt and a feeling of not being good enough. To feel visible, I immersed myself in books because I wanted to be different and do better. I had a lot of people depending on me to at least get a matric certificate. But for me, it was more than that. I had to exist and be visible. And unlike most of my peers, I had to work 10 times harder. It all came crashing down during my matric year when I failed to qualify to study what I thought would be my breakthrough. Once again, I was left with two choices: give up or keep trying. A girl with only one plan had to go back to the drawing board. I was under pressure, and like most families, my family placed a high value on me going to university, and that was motivation enough for me. So in my quest for a seat at the table and in society, I had to multitask. Instead of trying to prove myself to others, I had to improve myself and have a voice. If not to change the world, but then to rewrite and retell my story. However, it is essential to recognize that no matter how these stories have unfolded, they are an integral part of who we are. Our experiences, our interpretation of these events, and our belief about ourselves all comes down to define our narrative identity. It is not just about the events themselves, it is about how we interpret and respond to them. This is where the power to reclaim our innate potential resides, as Maslow's theory of hierarchy of needs reminds us. According to his theory, we must first fulfill our basic needs before we can focus on higher level needs, and that includes self-actualization. The journey to self-actualization is not always easy, but it is a path worth taking. And for me, the biggest obstacle in my attempt was looking for validation and belonging in other people. My achievement were for other people and not for me. Once I had fulfilled and made that first entry and exit for my undergrad, I was still not happy. I still felt incomplete. We are under so much pressure in finding our purpose and forgetting what is important. And for me, that was liberation. Such a broad word. But what it actually means for me is seeking peace, both internally and externally. So this actually goes to support that our personal narratives are not static. They're dynamic and can be rewritten. Our interpretation of experiences, beliefs, and perception of our own
potential can change. We've all faced adversities that once seemed impossible and realized that our limitations were often self-imposed. Now, these moments prove that we possess the innate ability to transcend our circumstances and redefine our stories. So, what does it really mean to unleash potential? So, to unleash our potential, we must cultivate self-awareness. This involves confronting our beliefs and stories, reflecting on our experiences, and recognizing the narratives that have held us back. We must be intentional in the relationships we cultivate, seeking out those who believe in our potential and encourage our growth. So with these steps, we can empower ourselves to take control of our lives and achieve our full potential. So this is a timeline of my life. The year 2010, where I was first adopted by my now current mother. The year 2019, reflecting back to my story, the turning point, where I started my first year. The year 2023 was when I graduated and actually started again studying at Red and Yellow. So the futuristic year, still speaking back to my liberation and leap of faith, I am still on a journey of trying to find my peace and working on my mental health issues. So, unleashing one's potential is actually about self-discovery, setting audacious dreams, overcoming fear, continuous learning and development, and making a positive impact on the world. It requires determination and perseverance in the face of setbacks. It is also about actively engaging with our culture, aligning external influences with our internal aspirations. So, a seed grows with no sound, but a tree falls with a huge noise. Destruction has noise, but creation is quiet. This is the power of silence. Grow silently. So, as we pause and reflect on our untapped potential, remember that you hold the pen to your own story. Let's write and tell stories that actually matter. Thank you.
Guys, we're at our last and final speaker of the day. So our next speaker is someone who's a lover of hobby starting, who is a fan of living outside of a comfort zone, always questioning, sometimes creating. Let us welcome Isabella Searle Tripp.
Okay, I just wanted to start off by taking a moment and, as the final speaker, saying a huge well done to everyone who's spoken today and a thank you for everyone who's managed to put this together for us. The amount of inspiration and creativity that has been present here today is phenomenal. And I hope to carry this through into my speech on creativity in the face of the Anthropocene. So, just some context before we get into the meat of the presentation. The Earth is around 4.5 billion years old. Humans have been around for about 200,000 years. If you're anything like me, these numbers mean absolutely nothing. And so let's rather visualize it in something more understandable. Let's imagine Earth's history as a calendar year, with the formation of Earth being January 1st, and today being December 31st, 11:59 p.m. Before I get into this, I want everyone to take a moment, think when they believe humans to have appeared on this timeline. And if you're like me and don't have a proper grasp on the concept of time, the answer might surprise you. So, the first life on Earth emerges at around February 25th. Photosynthetic organisms, so plants and algae, first appear in the late March. There's a whole lot of quiet before multicellular life appears in around August, September. Still no humans. The first dinosaurs showed up at around December 13th. The meteor impact that ended the dinosaurs, December 26th. And humans, well, Homo sapiens, are not a part of Earth's history until December 31st, 11:48 p.m. Agriculture, as well as large human communities, only happen within the last minutes of this calendar year. And the Industrial Revolution, the two world wars, as well as cars that travel faster than horses, only appear in the last few seconds.
So in the last 11 minutes, humans have fundamentally altered the physical, chemical, and biological systems of the Earth that we, as well as all organisms, depend on. So we are currently living in a time that scientists are unofficially deeming the age of the Anthropocene, otherwise known as the Anthropocene epoch. So what is Anthropocene? Well, we first need to understand what an epoch is. This is a geological unit that measures landmark points throughout Earth's history. Previous epochs have begun and ended due to things such as meteor strikes, sustained volcanic eruptions, as well as the shifting of the continents. The current epoch that we are living in is the Holocene, and this began approximately 12,000 years ago, and it occurs at the end of the last major ice age. Scientists are unofficially deeming the current point in history the Anthropocene epoch, as this is the point in time where human activity has started to have a significant, lasting, as well as potentially irreversible impact on the planet's climate and ecosystems. So what this means is that human activity, rather than any natural progress, is the primary cause of accelerated climate change. So what this means is we are currently living in a time where humans are the single most influential species on the planet, who have caused significant climate change, as well as other changes to land, environment, water, organisms, as well as the atmosphere. So when did the Anthropocene epoch start? There's a lot of debate, but it's speculated to have started around the 18th century, around the Industrial Revolution, as this is the time where the world's first fossil fuel economy started. And the main reason why I keep harping on the fact that it's not official yet, that this Anthropocene epoch, is a simple fact. Humans have only been around for 11 minutes. We haven't been around long enough for the impact that we have put onto the Earth to be seen in the fossil records, which is what epochs are based off of. So I don't know about you, but this sounds all very scary to me, and it is really scary. So what are we going to do about it? As Alexandra Watkins so aptly put it, we must take any challenge as a creative opportunity. Humans' capacity for creativity as well as critical thinking has allowed us to invent the wheel, to build pyramids, to land on the moon. And because of this unprecedented creativity, and arguably plus our opposable thumbs, we have had a rapid regression, which has ultimately led to us living in the age of the Anthropocene. And it is going to be through the same creativity that we are going to work towards solutions that will minimize the repercussions that we have caused on our Earth. And in order to create meaningful change, it is important that we find creative technologies to implement in order to reduce the amount we rely on technologies that are currently damaging our environment. So I believe in this case, creativity is not necessarily about creating something that is new and never before seen. It's about creating something that is familiar and that can be easily implemented that will change the way that we are doing things. And one such example of a technology that has its roots in something that we all know and love, but is working towards making this particular technology more environmentally friendly, is Formula E. So we all know Formula One, but Formula E is the cooler younger sister that has taken one of the world's most loved and popular sports and made it into something that is helping us accelerate electric vehicle technology that it's being put out. Since the introduction of Formula E in 2014, the championship has accelerated the advancements made in electric technology instrumentally. Since its first season, the amount of electric car models available for public purchase has increased more than 6 times. And this is because they have a racetrack to road model where all the technology that they develop and test on the racetrack gets implemented into the cars that are available for all of us to purchase. And what this means is as the technology develops, as electric vehicle technology develops, the electric cars available for us to purchase will go faster and further, as well as be cheaper, safer, as well as easier to operate than combustion engine cars. And just something that I appreciate, the championship since its inception has had a net zero carbon emission and ensures through its partners that 100% of all the tires, batteries, as well as the broken chassis are recycled after use. So it's all well and good seeing what other people are doing, but what can we do, like the normal people? So first things first, we need to care. We need to care about these issues. If we don't care about finding solutions for our current predicament, we're not going to get anywhere. We need the incentive. Second off, we need to challenge the status quo. Just because we've been doing something for many years doesn't mean it's the right thing to be doing. We must be challenging what we know and always seeking a creative opportunity. And yeah, that brings me to my third point, seek out the creativity. So creativity is all around us. It's innate to humans and in abundance. And we must just open our minds and our eyes to ultimately support the creative technologies that are available to us, but just aren't being seen. And to end off, I would like to end with this quote by Edward de Bono saying that there is no doubt that creativity is the most important human resource of all. Without creativity, there would be no progress, and we'd be forever repeating the same patterns. We have reached a time in history where we can no longer afford to be repeating the same patterns that have been present for so many years and are actively harming our planet as well as us. And it's time to break these patterns and work towards creating a brighter future for ourselves as well as future generations.
And we are finally have reached the end of our Mac Live Day 1. I'd just like to please give a round of applause to all our speakers today. They were amazing. I'll also just like to thank our lecturers for dealing with all of us just throughout this whole process, with everyone just submitting everything late and slides and everything. Di, Mel, thank you so much. Also like to thank the Red and Yellow Star for putting everything together. And of course, our little Bernadette at the back, also dealing with us there. Just give a round of applause to them as well, please. So that is that on our side. Apparently there's some drinks upstairs. So please, guys, make your way there. Go mingle. And yeah, thanks again. Have a fantastic day. And please get home safe, guys.